KCRA3 Weather Center on this Thursday morning. Skies will be partly cloudy today as temperatures climb to a high near 70 degrees with light winds. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, you can drive a 2025 Accord Hybrid Sport and enjoy a tradition begun with the first Accord in 1976. Ask about the least you can do. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
When life calls for a little extra, a kitchen upgrade, paying off debt, or that dream vacation, Valley Strong Credit Union is here to help. With a Valley Strong home equity loan, you can tap into your home's value with competitive rates, flexible terms, and local guidance you can trust. Get approved in as little as 5 minutes, with funding in as few as 5 days. Your goals are within reach. Visit valleystrong.com to get your offer today. Valley Strong Credit Union. Grow your possibilities. Equal housing lender, NMLS number 456506.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda.
KHD HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson. Online at SactownSports.com or on the app. Kings, Niners, and Sacramento. The Matt and Kayla Show starts now.
It's Thursday. And
yeah.
you're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports. I'm Matt George. Kayla Anderson with me. Kyle Ledbetter on the other side of the glass, pressing the buttons, keeping us honest. Thank you for tuning in on this Thursday. We hope that this show is more enjoyable and entertaining than last night's Sacramento Kings game was. Before we get into that, though.
I'm surprised real quick that you're even here.
I'm surprised my TV is not broken.
Yeah, you didn't hurt something like on yourself.
Like, and people think it's an exaggeration. It's not. Like, when Keegan Murray hurt himself again, I almost chucked something at the TV.
You would have turned into me.
I yelled a very loud expletive in my house. I was.
Oh, did your son yell at you and say
He was not home at this time.
Okay, that's a good
Thankfully,
thing.
they came home like early second quarter. My wife looked at the score and went, "Oh." It's like, "Yeah, you missed the best part."
Yep.
You missed the best part.
Smart they weren't in the house.
But I mean, my neighbor probably heard it.
He's like, "Is he okay?"
He's used to it. He probably's like, "Oh, the Kings are on."
Right.
The Kings are on. Matt's screaming. Hey, before we get into the depression, I learned something that I'm extremely particular about something last night. I did not know that this existed for me, or that this would bother me as much as it did. I am in charge of washing dishes at my house. That is my chore. That is my job.
Do you have a dishwasher?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I like big pots and pans that don't go in the dishwasher. I handle that. I load the dishwasher.
Same.
Blah blah blah.
Same.
I have a very 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 specific way that I load the dishwasher. Plates go in a certain place. Blah 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 blah. Well, my wife loaded the dishwasher the other day.
Oh no.
And I opened it up, and I had like a heart attack.
You had a panic attack.
Like what the hell did you do? Like it was like the worst game of Tetris you've ever seen.
What's the worst part of it? Like that the plates were on top, or that the silverware was not in the silverware section?
No, she at least did that.
Oh, okay.
Although like you're supposed to separate the forks, the spoons, and the knives, and they each
you're
go
that
in there.
particular.
Yes,
Okay.
because two reasons. One,
Okay.
I want them all to get clean. I want the spoon to block the fork and the water not get on the fork because it's wrapped around the spoon. Two, when I unload the dishwasher, grab a big handful of forks, put them away.
Yes.
Not to sort through them.
Or a knife pokes into your hand because you thought it was just spoons.
That's a very, health and safety.
Mm-hmm.
My wife had not just the plates were in the area that plates should not go.
I'm just imagining.
The plates were not, it wasn't the same size plates. Like we have three different types of plates. We have small plates, we have medium plates, we have large plates. And the most commonly used plate is the medium used plate.
Sure.
She would have like a large, then a medium, then a cup was in there for no freaking reason. Then like two smalls, then another large.
Right. Just all over the place. Smorgasbord.
It freaked me out. Like I was like, I banned her from loading the dishwasher. So now
she was probably trying to be nice.
Now, well, I think it was a passive aggressive thing because I had not done the dishes for a while. She was like, fine, I'll do it myself and I'll do it wrong. Oh, that's fine. There's one thing my wife does too, because our kitchen has a very nicely sized sink, which is great for washing dishes. But
like a farm sink?
Yes. Mm-hmm. My wife has a lot of plants in the house.
Okay.
I can't stand them, but she has a lot of them. It's like her thing.
Does she keep them alive at least?
50-50. The ones that you don't really, the ones that just grow, you could like pour.
Some of them are just dead around the house.
Usually like they're a couple months like, oh, that's pretty. Oh, it's gone. Replace it now. But the ones that you could pour like acid on and they'd be fine, like those just are, they never stop growing.
Yeah.
But my wife likes to put the plants, when she's like cleaning, she'll put the plants in the sink and then they'll stay in there too long. Grinds my gears, man.
There's something about the kitchen in particular.
Yep.
I am a kitchen person.
Same.
Meaning I don't know if I eat a lot and I just spend more time in the kitchen or it's a comfort thing. But if the kitchen is out of place, I'm out of place. Like things have got to look good in the kitchen.
Yeah.
Things have got to be decluttered in the kitchen. The dishes got to be done. I'm with you on that, Matt. I don't know if that's the one room that you feel the most specific about. Your bedroom always counts in that. But for some reason, the kitchen is always on my mind in terms of like keeping it nice and tidy.
And comment section, before you get on me for being like, wow, Matt's controlling about the dishwasher. Every other room in the house is like my wife's system. And if I even remotely mess it up,
you're in trouble.
I'm cooked.
Probably like folding is not your thing.
I am a tragic folder.
Right. Ditto.
I am a tragic folder.
I just get too lazy. So it goes from being maybe one good fold, two good folds, to being like, let's just fold it in half.
There is nothing worse than having to go through the frustration of folding everything, and then you have to put it away after that.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted.
Oh, just do it while you watch TV. No.
Right.
Because I want to enjoy watching TV.
Exactly. That's where we would need AI to come into play. Like that's where it could be helpful.
Can AI fold my clothes? Find a way. Get on it.
Isn't that like the old Jetsons thing where like your robots like do your chores for you?
I'm not about robots though. No, there's not going to be a chore doing robot in my house. I have a hard enough time with a Roomba vacuum. Those little things.
Running into everything.
Yeah, running into everything. Like, and I have a child, so it's just his socks just get eaten up, little toys, and it just starts yelling at me. And then the damn things, these things, I'm convinced Roombas play tricks on you. I'm convinced they have little mischievous minds of their own because those suckers only run out of battery under a freaking couch or a bed or wherever you can't get to it. It's like, I'm going to go die here.
Right.
Like a sick animal. I'm going to go to the corner, the furthest reach from you, and then I'm going to run out of battery.
I'm going to hide and die.
Yeah.
God, we're
really
already
like a pet.
We're already being called the Carmichael Dave Show today.
Oh. Well, listen. I'll do everything in my power. This is where I can relate
That's
to
the
Dave.
thing. I mean, do you want us to talk about the Kings?
You know what? Fine. You brought this upon
All
yourself.
right.
Here you go. This is
All
what
right.
you wanted. The
It's your
Kings
wish.
lost to the Houston Rockets 128-97 last night. You happy? You happy you want us to talk about that? You happy?
We can't have fun on here.
Nope. No fun.
We're no fun zone right here.
I would rather talk about killing plants, Roombas, and
too.
dishes than have to rehash that game last night. Not because I expected it to be a pretty comfortable Houston Rockets victory. I expected it. The spread was, 13.5?
Right, but we didn't expect what happened at the start.
Yes. Seriously, the first quarter, Keegan goes up for a blocked shot, falls to the ground, grabs his ankle, and all you hear is Katie Christensen on the broadcast go, "Oh, no."
Yeah. That's the first
all
time
you
I've heard her, kind of frustrated on the air.
Yeah.
Because I heard you give a shout out to them yesterday on social media. I literally was thinking the same thing, Matt. I was like, these broadcasters, look, we talk about it every day too, so give us credit too. But these broadcasters are doing every game.
Yep.
And in the moment, that has got to be super frustrating, but I could feel her frustration at the moment as a natural human being would.
Or just exhaustion. It was
right.
just like, oh, come on.
Are you kidding me?
She reacted in a much more calm, exhausted way, though, than I did. Again, it was, as soon as I saw him grab his ankle, it was slam, expletive, very loud out of my mouth. Mm-hmm. Just furious at here we go again. Like this season, and I had committed or tried to commit to, I was going to try and find the positivity left in this season. And Basketball Jesus, as Carmichael Dave calls him, said, LOL, wrong.
Yep.
Try being positive about this, idiot.
Exactly.
It's, what would you like me to say? How would you like me to sugarcoat what is happening this season? Where any compelling reason to watch the Sacramento Kings goes up in flames over and over and over and over again. And when it comes to Keegan Murray specifically, this is his season, Kayla, because I wasn't watching the blowout that was in front of me, so I was like, okay, I'm going to go through his medical history. I
was about to do that too when I was watching it yesterday.
This is just this season.
I know.
During training camp, torn left thumb UCL, which required surgery. That's why he missed the start of the season. He had a back injury. It was like an upper back injury. He didn't really miss time because of it, but
it's
he
still
felt
there,
it.
and it does linger.
He had a back injury. Then he had a calf injury. That caused him to miss some time. Comes back from the calf injury. A few games later, hurts his ankle, out for 2 months, or out for like a month and some change or whatever it was. Comes back from his ankle injury. Last night was game 3 that he was back?
Yeah, I believe so.
Hurts his ankle again.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to do a segment about Kings exaggerations later on in the show, because I think it's absolutely an exaggeration. I think it's silly to even call Keegan Murray an injury-prone player. This has been a season from hell in terms of freak injuries. The ankle injury is the first time that anything has repeated itself. Everything else has just been a plethora of different things.
And I want to add to that in a second.
Shut the dude down.
Yeah.
I selfishly, if he's good to go, if his ankle, if because we haven't gotten an update yet, if we get an update today before Kings Mavericks, you know what? It's tweaked, but he can play on it tonight. I don't want him to. Shut him down. Because there is no point. There's no point to continue to roll the dice with how this season has been for him and how this season has been in general. Shut him down.
I honestly look back at it And I'm almost like, I think I was probably too selfish as somebody who wanted to see something the remainder of the year with Keegan Murray. I'm almost like, crap, I wouldn't have even really faulted him for not bringing him back this year. Honestly, with an ankle injury specifically.
Yep.
Those don't fully heal even in 2 months. They don't, especially when you are doing what you're doing as a basketball player.
Yep.
And he's a bigger body. And so, and there's going to be a time that you could go up for a ball and come down hard.
Yeah.
Like, I'm thinking back at it now, and I'm like, I probably would have hated it at the time, but I don't think I would have long-term been that mad if he could have just sat out the rest of the season and fully healed, because now we're in the, questioning part of, is he coming back? I doubt it. I really highly doubt it. But it's like, we're wanting something to watch.
Yeah.
We're wanting someone to show some promise. And Keegan was the next man up type of guy. And now here he is with another injury, which, by the way, I agree with you. And I am an injury. Like, I target injury people. I don't feel like this is something that is reoccurring. I just think it's been a freaking bad year for him. Like, it's been a bad luck season for the Kings and for some individual players, and he's one of them.
There are 22 games remaining. If Keegan is able to return at any point during these 22 games, and the Sacramento Kings decide, we're just shutting him down, it's not worth it. He could play, but the way this season is gone. And then the NBA comes back and starts making a fuss about it because they're all over the Utah Jazz right now, Lowry Markkanen. They're having a third-party doctor or whatever look at Markkanen's injury now to make sure it's legit or not. Like, I know the Jazz are more in the crossfire than the Sacramento Kings are, certainly, because the Kings are just bad. The Jazz are what the Jazz are. But if the NBA were to start making noise and making a fuss about, well, Keegan can play, why aren't you playing him? Respectfully, if I were the Kings, I would tell the NBA to kiss my you-know-what. Mm-hmm. Look what this dude has gone through. Mm-hmm. This season is just, and the Kings could therefore go.
The Kings have gone through.
He is one of the few players on this roster right now that we actually feel has a future here in Sacramento. Why would we jeopardize that in any kind of way so that you could appease FanDuel or your little grimy gambling sites that want to adjust their over-unders or their point totals because Keegan Murray's, in theory, supposed to have more of a green light and should get more opportunities to score?
Yeah.
Like, there is no, at this point, it is a pipe dream to think that Keegan is going to show us anything else, even completely healthy, that Keegan's going to show us anything else that would suggest, no, he's more of a star offensive player than we give him credit for. To me, that ship has sailed. I still think Keegan is a damn good basketball player, and I think Keegan is going to be someone that will be important for the Sacramento Kings going forward. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to go as far as to say what Katie Christensen said on the morning show yesterday, which is she thinks he's going to be an all-star. Yeah. To me, that ship has sailed. Yeah. But I think Keegan Murray is an extremely good basketball player that should be and will be part of the future success of the Sacramento Kings. But the scoring, the offensive top option, that kind of star, look, dude, just play really, really good defense and shoot 35% from three-point range, and that's something that we know can be successful in Sacramento.
Yeah, I don't know where I stand on this at this point. I am not willing to say I'm totally giving up on Keegan Murray, but I am willing to say Scott Perry is really now going to have to continue to start thinking about, is this truly somebody he wants to keep here, that he truly feels he can be one of the building blocks moving forward. I feel like Keegan, after he gets healthy, and by the way, there's no way in hell I play him the rest of the season. I'm not even thinking about it. Yeah. I'm like, you're done. I'm sending him with a specific coach in the offseason. He's working on a lot of stuff. And I'm not saying he doesn't in typical offseason. They need to do more to make sure, if that's really what they want for the future and having him here, he needs to be working in the off season to better himself. And I don't know exactly what coach that is on there. I don't know, but it's got to be a point of emphasis with Keegan specifically.
Yeah. If everything else about Keegan stayed the same, defense, really, really good. Rebounding, solid. This season, he's made a tremendous jump in what he calls impactful defensive plays, which is steals and blocks specifically.
And maybe that's what he worked on this last season.
I think he's worked on a ton of things. He's worked on his game overall, and that's great. Keegan, get into a gym and take 1,000 3-point shots a day. Do whatever you have to do to get that 3-point shot back and put faith, trust in this organization to get the players or a player, the right rookie, to stand next to you, to take some of that pressure off of you, that you and that rookie will hopefully complement each other naturally. Mm-hmm. That, to me, is the best case scenario. That, to me, is the path forward for what Keegan Murray is with this team right now. That being said, like we have discussed multiple times already this week, Kayla, if the Sacramento Kings decide to go down the route of potentially using Keegan Murray to trade back into the first round or using Keegan Murray to make the upgrades they feel that they need to make this offseason, I wouldn't be happy about it because I firmly believe in Keegan. Mm-hmm. But if he's the only valuable piece that you really have that you can move,
you might have to do it.
Might have to.
Yeah.
But it's frustrating for Keegan because I'm already seeing just these garbage takes from people who need an outlet to vent their frustration. And believe me, I understand that. Mm-hmm. But just this nonsense about Keegan being an injury-prone player and some of this, like the most tragic take that I've ever seen, which is, as soon as he got paid, now he's taking, he's gone soft and stuff like that. Just people trying so hard to, everything is miserable right now when watching Sacramento Kings basketball.
Of course.
Let's not try and make it even more miserable for ourselves by going after one of the few things that is potentially great for this team going forward.
But I think what people are doing is, in the time that we're in right now, and there is no real positivity, and they've already been kind of questioning things about Keegan and, what his potential is, and he still hasn't reached his potential. Like, we've heard all these storylines, right? And then this happens in the middle of a pathetic season. Sorry to call it what it is. Yeah. People are always looking for someone to blame. Like, that's just human nature, unfortunately. And he's the latest victim and the newest victim. And so I think sometimes we have to scale back just a little bit, and that's myself included. Because I've been, one to say, get him gone, get him gone, get him gone. And some of those veterans need to get gone. But that's why I said I can't completely commit to saying, Keegan needs to be. I can't say that right now. Mm-hmm. And I'm also, because I'm heated in the moment of everything's disastrous. So he's the latest person to blame. Get him out of here, too. Like, you got to have some veterans on this team.
You got to have some talent.
And that.
Period. And Keegan Murray is the most talented player on this team right now. That's even remotely part of your future. If you want to say, no, Russell Westbrook's more talented, DeMar DeRozan's more talented, hey, fine, be my guest. If you want to, like, I had Russell Westbrook stans adding me last night after Russ's first quarter. Hey, man, you want to take victory laps because Russ took 1 billion shots and scored all the points for the Sacramento Kings in the first quarter when they were down by 20? Hey, be my guest. I don't care. Like, at this point, Russ has the greenest of green lights for the end of time. And that's what we're going to get. Like, Nick Clifford and Maxime Reynaud are not going to command or demand the basketball. Certainly not when Russ and DeMar are on the floor. Yeah. So in the next segment, we're going to dive into, and it's not meant to be a doom and gloom negativity. It's meant to be an honest conversation. What is the point of watching Kings basketball? Like, we're going to dive into this in the next segment because you best believe the remainder of this season, the primary focus of the Kings at this point is how many more rungs up the ladder can Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan get in their all-time scoring list. Russ passed
something last
DeMar
night?
passed two players last night, including Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
Great. Who cares? Yeah. I mean, it's good for them. It's good for their individual numbers.
I almost feel sorry real quick that they have to, like, it is going to be kind of like overlooked here because it's like we already know it's almost like a joke in a way. It's not a joke that they're doing this, but they're doing this here, and it's like, we don't care. Like, this is like they're just sitting here putting up numbers, but what is it helping?
Mm-hmm. It's
like I kind of feel bad for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, y'all haven't impacted winning here anyway.
Yeah.
You haven't. You had 50 games. You had 50 games to try and look, you can roll out all the excuses that you want. It's Sacramento, injuries, this and that. Mm-hmm. I don't give Doug Christie the injury excuse, but I will give Doug Christie credit that he hasn't chucked a chair or broken something in the locker room because, again, they pan to Doug's face when Keegan goes down again, and Doug's just like, this
Almost
look
like
on his
he
face of just like,
expected it.
okay. And I admire that ability to just, I got a job to do, next man up, another blow, nothing we're not used to, here we go. Because I would not have been able to handle it with that much grace. But whatever excuse that you want to make, like, if DeMar and Russ want to just go out there and shoot 20 times a game for the rest of the season, I guess, like, what's stopping you? Be my guest. But there's nothing beneficial about that to anybody outside of those two.
There's not, Matt, but why are we blaming DeMar and Russ? Like, DeMar and Russ were brought to this team. DeMar and Russ aren't going to just, if they're not going to sit on, they're not going to sit on the bench. They've been told to go out there and play. Mm-hmm. They're doing what they need to do. They're playing hard on a pathetic team. Why are we blaming them as individual players like it's their damn fault? Like, they're not doing anything like that's like so bad that we're like, oh my God, like these guys are awful. They don't belong on this team, but it's not their fault.
It's not their fault that they're here.
Right.
It is not their fault, I guess, that they don't fit what the Sacramento Kings are doing. I don't see any benefit whatsoever from them getting their numbers and getting their points up.
I'm seeing people take shots at them as individuals, and it's like they're just doing what they're asked to do and playing hard at their age. And they happen to be on this team. You know?
What shots in particular? Like,
well, just we have this discussion all the time about, well, he needs to go or he needs to go. Well, sure. Like, for the future, like they're not a part of it, but they're here right now.
Right.
And it's just like they're playing. And so
but
I think
the rest of if that's what the rest of the season is about, then okay, that can be what the rest of the season is about. It doesn't do anything for this organization.
Not saying it does. I'm just saying we're living in this moment right now, but it's like they as individual players, I don't think have done anything wrong to be like, this guy sucks. This guy needs to get out of here. It's just like they're here right now. Mm-hmm. It's not their fault.
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
You're right. And I mean, you're not wrong in that sense.
Yeah.
But I don't see any benefit to Russell Westbrook taking 19 shots, but that's what he's going to do because that's who Russell Westbrook is. And if they want to get their individual accolades and get their numbers, hey, great.
And I guess Doug could technically sit him if he wanted, right?
I don't think Doug's going to do that. That's
right. But again,
obvious.
It's like, what else are they going to do at this point? Just like quit the team, No,
I don't. I don't expect Russ or DeMar to do anything different from what they're doing. My issue has always been there's no benefit pretty much at all to where the Sacramento Kings are going or where the Sacramento Kings are at now to allowing them to continue to do what they do. But if they want to do it, like if the Kings, if Doug Christie has no problem with them doing that and Devin Carter not playing or Neat Clifford only taking 11 shots, all right.
Yeah, I don't think it's changing. So it's like, I don't know if we can really fully blame those guys, Because
you can't fully blame anybody on this team.
I just think we are where we're at.
It's just a plethora of bad. That's all it is. Just a plethora of bad. Coming up next, what is the point of watching Kings basketball for these final 22 games? We'll work together to try and answer that question for you as the Kings are right back in action tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. And yes, we're still waiting for official update on Keegan Murray's injury. If we get that at all today, we will share that with you. You're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm meteorologist Ophelia Young from the KCRA3 Weather Center on this Thursday morning. Skies will be partly cloudy today as temperatures climb to a high near 70 degrees with light winds. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, you can drive a 2025 Accord Hybrid Sport and enjoy a tradition begun with the first Accord in 1976. Ask about the least you can do. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 at Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing, mechanical bulls, and food trucks. Make it a lucky night out of live country music and dancing for your crew. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Bar None Auction, Sky River Casino, and Trex Decking and Railing. More info at CITPfest.com.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched,
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at pepsipromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of Pepsi Go Inc.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225.
Get ready, Sacramento. The Sacramento Boat Show and Big RV Show is taking over Cal Expo, March 5th through March 8th. It's 2 huge shows, one massive event. Don't miss it. Get details now at 2hugeshows.com.
Bring your visions to life with smart business buying tools and technology from Amazon Business. From fast, free shipping to in-depth buying insights and automated purchase approvals, we deliver everything you need to achieve your goals. Go to amazonbusiness.com for support.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
You remember me from a show called And Joe? I'm back on the radio, Sacramento. It's Joe Mommy, and when you need your new country fix, join me weekdays from 6 to 10 for the Pat and Cody with Joe show on New Country 105.1 KNCI or on the free KNCI app.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
If you are still watching Sacramento Kings basketball, and I know so many are because we're Kings fans, we can't quit it. We can't help ourselves. What are you watching for? And don't misunderstand my tone. There's obviously frustration behind that question, but it's not meant to be a doom and gloom question. It's genuinely and selfishly like, help me find what to watch for, because I think the easy answer is, well, we're watching for Nick Clifford. We're watching for Maxime Reynaud. Okay. But what does that mean? Like, Maxime Reynaud played 29 minutes last night, almost had a double-double, 11 points, 8 rebounds, a couple of assists. Did Maxime Reynaud do anything in last night's game that stood out to you, spoke to you? And it's not necessarily his fault. He doesn't have to have a phenomenal game every single night. I'm not intending this to be overly pessimistic. The point is the answer can't just be Maxime Reynaud and Nick Clifford. What specifically about their games? I thought Nick Clifford had a really efficient game last night. I'm glad that he started the second half in place of the injured Keegan Murray. Had a much better second half than he did the first half. 15 points, 6 of 11 from the field, 3 of 7 from three-point range. Another game where he's racking up the steals. 4 steals in last night's game. What do you have? 6 the game before, so 10 steals in the last 2 games. Like, that's great. That's awesome. I like those numbers. He had certain moments when I was watching where I was like, oh, that looked nice. I remember watching last night's game and seeing Patrick Baldwin Jr. trying to guard Reed Sheppard on the perimeter, and he moved really well for a 7-footer and forced Reed Sheppard to get rid of the basketball instead of taking a tough shot, and Reed Sheppard was on one last night from three-point range. Okay, so there's those little moments. But what are you watching Kings basketball for the rest of the season? What are these final 22 games about? And if the answer is, even if I don't like it, if the answer is maybe Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan can entertain us as they continue to climb up the ladder and they get their numbers, and Max and Neek and Daquan Plowden show us a little something that we go, oh, that was a nice moment. Maybe that's it. And if that's it, then okay, we already knew these final 22 games are going to be long. Now they're going to be even longer, right? So I'm throwing the question out to Kayla, to Kyle, to anyone if you want to call in, 916-339-1140. What are you watching Kings basketball for these final 22 games? How do the Kings not only make these games as entertaining as possible for fans, how do they make them mean something? What makes these games meaningful at this point? Because at this, I genuinely don't have an answer, because the number one answer for me was always Keegan Murray, or what do Keegan Murray and DeAndre Hunter look like together? Number two was axed a couple days ago, or a handful of days ago, when we knew Hunter was having surgery. Number one, I think, just fell apart last night, where Kayla and I both believe that Keegan Murray should be shut down for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'd never lie. I'm always transparent. This is really hard for me to find something. This is really brutal watching it. I mean, we're watching, in some ways, like a G League team at this point of the season. It's pretty bad, right? And now you just lost Keegan Murray, a guy that I think a lot of people needed to see a little bit from towards the end of the season to feel really good about what he can be in the future. Because for me, it's all about the future and what's going to take place moving forward with some of these players. Half these guys aren't even going to be on the team probably in 2 years.
I'd say
a few of
closer
them won't be on the team next year.
I'd say closer to like 70%.
Yeah.
And so I'm looking down the list. I'm honestly looking down the list of players, and I'm like, okay, he might not be here, probably not going to be here. Veterans not going to be here. And I'm looking and I'm seeing really the only guys that I can guarantee that will maybe be doing something improvement-wise next year are Maxime and Neek Clifford out of the young guys. And I know Malik Monk will probably be here, but we don't know. And I already know who Malik Monk is as a player.
Right.
So if I'm watching for anything moving forward, it's going to be from those two players specifically. Maybe if Cardwell comes back, Dylan Cardwell comes back, maybe in a couple weeks or a few weeks.
I think it would be like 3 weeks.
He's
from this
reevaluated,
point.
I think, right? So I'll just pick Neek Clifford because I think Neek has shown at times, and I've had this conversation on here, he's shown like he can do multiple things well, but like you have mentioned several times, can he just kind of zoom in on one thing that he can finish the season strong doing? I'm slowly starting to see in some games him take that 3-point shot, and again, he had a few yesterday that he knocked down. Like maybe like kind of improve your percentage there while you're still doing these other things well, but maybe bring some confidence to the table with your 3-point shot. Let's see if you can help that in the rest of the 20 games there is to go.
While you were talking there, you said something that I think clicked on my answer to where the frustration comes from when talking about the veterans, because that's how we ended last segment. Yeah. And it's not Russell Westbrook's fault and DeMar DeRozan's fault that they're here. Of course it's not.
Right.
And we can't blame them personally for looking at this situation that they find themselves in at this point in their careers and just going, well, all we can do is just play our games, I guess, because this organization is directionless at this point. I think my frustration falls with, I just want to see this damn team fully commit to something, and obviously commit development the young guys. It's an obvious direction that they should go, but when I see DeMar DeRozan and Russell Westbrook play, I don't see that full commitment, because I think there still is a side of Doug Christie that's going, Russ, DeMar, do what you do. We're going to focus on the young guys. But to me, those two things directly contradict. You cannot roll out. You cannot have Russ, DeMar, and Malik Monk sit for the rest of the season and just play whatever young guys you have available. You can't do that. That's just meaningless garbage basketball. You can't do that. I'm not saying completely get rid of the veterans or bench the veterans altogether. That's foolish. That's silly. But when I see Russell Westbrook on the floor, I want to see Russell Westbrook being extremely intentional about getting Maxime Reynaud the ball in the pick and roll, or being extremely intentional about getting Nate Clifford the ball. Same thing with DeMar. Now, if DeMar and Russ are going to take shots, that's fine. I just don't need either of those guys leading the team in shot attempts and leading the team in scoring on a nightly basis out of necessity.
Right. But whose job is that to stick with something? It's Doug's.
It's Doug's, for sure.
Doug's.
It's for
right?
and it's on Doug to pull Russ aside and go. And now Doug was very open about, he told Russ in that the game the Kings won in Memphis, hey, set the tone. And Russ led the Kings in scoring in that victory.
Correct.
And I felt I was being nitpicky about that. But I understood the whole concept of, we just need to get a freaking win. Russ, go out and get it for us.
For our sanity.
I can relate to that.
Sure.
I can appreciate that. That makes perfect sense to me. But what I would love for Doug Christie to do, and I don't know if he's capable of doing this, feels comfortable doing this, I would love Doug Christie to pull Nate Clifford aside, pull DeMar DeRozan aside, and go, look, we know what you two do, and history will not blame you two for where this Kings organization is at. But right now, what's best for us is getting these young guys some meaningful experience. Yeah. So do everything that you can within reason to set these guys up as much as possible. And Russ does that from time to time.
Especially
DeMar
with Maxime when that was in the beginning of the year.
Max has benefited in a massive way from playing with Russell Westbrook. Keep that going. I want it to be completely obvious to everyone, including the opposing team's defense, that the point of tonight's game in Dallas is to get Nate Clifford his shots, is to get Maxime the ball in the post and see what happens.
That should be A.
And when I watch Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan play, when I watched Russell Westbrook play last night, granted, nobody else was doing anything, so I don't blame Russ for going, fine, I'll do it all myself, but I still see they are option A.
Yeah.
And they shouldn't be at this point. That's where my frustration stems from.
And look, that's as much as it is hard for Doug, I get it. It's a weird place to be in. Like, he technically didn't bring in these veterans either, and he's having to please them in a way.
Right.
I know it could be, but he's got to do, maybe he needs to be a little bit more like, not in their face, but a little bit more forceful with his message. If he's going to try to get what you just said to happen, which I do think needs to happen. I just think someone's got to tell him what the game plan is, and how it needs to change a bit.
But on the other side of that coin too, Kayla, is if you are fine with the season is this season, DeMar, Russ, we appreciate you. Out of respect for you as veterans and the Hall of Fame careers that you've had, go out and do what you got to do. Go out and do what you want to do, and we'll just make these final 22 games work. If that's what it is, then come out and be straightforward with that to everybody. Don't pretend your focus is on the young guys if you're going to give them the green light to, hey, chase your records. If that's what it is, that's what it is. But I'm tired of this 2 timeline thing. Commit to one, damn it. That's where I think most of my frustration is. I just want to see a commitment over these final 22 games.
I get it. And I think the more you laid that out, and that was laid out very nicely, it almost does make us pick sides.
Yes,
which is not fair.
Exactly.
It's not fair to do when it's just like, okay, just go one way, commit to it. Like you said, you have 20 games left in the season. We know what the season is. You're not pulling the wool over our eyes as fans.
Right. Yeah.
And so I agree. Like, if the message needs to change, then change it. But otherwise, let's start to go in a direction where you're telling these veterans, you need to first and foremost help the young guys, assist the young guys, let them kind of take their shots and find their confidence.
It sounds weird. Like, it would almost be a relief for the Kings to come out and basically say, like, we want the rest of these games. Like, the young guys can get experience playing with these important vets. We want the rest of these games to be about what can DeMar and Russ accomplish at this point in their careers. I would almost have a sense of relief, even if I would fundamentally disagree with that, because I think it would be a waste of time. There would almost be a sense of relief of, okay, then we're committing to that. That's the show. I'm tuning in to see what can Russell Westbrook do tonight. What can DeMar DeRozan do tonight? I would have more relief than this 2 timeline thing that just has never never felt like it's going in any direction. We're going to take the break. Barbara, Evan, I see you guys on hold. We'll get to you when we come back. They want to jump in on what to watch from the Sacramento Kings standpoint. Plus, ESPN has predicted MLB All-Stars. A lot of love for the A's, not so much love for the Giants, and a heartwarming MLB story involving the Toronto Blue Jays. We'll get to that all as Matt and Kayla continues right here on Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1225. 800-777-1225 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-777-1225. 1225.
Two iconic comedians. One night of laughs. David Spade, Dana Carvey.
In 1998, they invented the cordless mic. Now let me just, listen, Paramount Theater, let's not jump on trends.
Even in the best marriage, at one point, you look over and go, not my best choice.
Friday, February 27th, the venue at Thunder Valley. Tickets on sale now at visitthundervalleyresort.com. David Spade and Dana Carvey together.
Right now at Elk Grove Honda, you can lease the 2025 Accord Hybrid Sport Sedan for only $39.99 down, including first payment due at lease inception, excluding tax and license. 35 monthly payments of $299 plus tax, license, and zero security deposit on approved credit. Mileage in excess of 10,000 per year at 20 cents per mile. It really is the least you can do. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or on the web at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Before we get to a couple of fun baseball stories, by the way, Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee is going to join us at 11 o'clock. We're primarily going to talk Niners with him, although I did tell him we'll probably talk a little bit of Kings too. And then he got mad at me last night because he said that because of the segment, he then had to watch the Kings game last night, and he said he's not my friend anymore.
Wait, was he taking a little break?
He was like, well, if he doesn't have to watch, if he's not writing about it, Jason Anderson's on it. All right, I'm just going to I'm taking the night off. Well, I forced him to watch it, and he's mad at me because of it. And
I probably would be too.
I don't blame him. Barbara and Evan, we'll start with Barbara. Thank you guys for holding on. What are you watching Sacramento Kings basketball for the remainder of this season?
Hi, Matt. Hi, Kayla. A long-time listener, first-time caller here.
Thank you so much.
I just want to, I want to identify as a long-term Kings fan, season ticket holder off and on since 1985, partial season ticket holder now, and I love basketball. I love X's and O's, and I love the game. So here's my deal. I'm going to be your average season ticket holder.
Okay.
That's who I'm going to be.
Love that.
I'm not going to be Matt and Kayla. I want energy.
Uh-huh.
I want dynamic energy amongst who plays. Russell Westbrook, I was a hater on Westbrook before he got here. And then I saw him play in person, and I saw energy. Now, he hasn't changed how he plays at all. He still plays the same way that when he first got here, I think. DeMar DeRozan, same thing. Exquisite shooter, plays the same way. What do I want to see? I want to see our youth, and I don't know if we have more than 2 youth, if you really think about it.
True.
I don't think Devin Carter has blossomed enough for me to be happy to call him a youth. So I want to see that energy. I want to see some joy in playing basketball. I want to see Nick Clifford learn his tempo on turnovers, how to identify with Max, and when Dylan comes back, how can he work with them and create and have that intuitive sense as a ball player, as someone who has the ball and can feed it in or create.
I love that
Very
from Barbara.
nice.
Thank you. I mean, yeah, if you want energy, Russ is your guy. And that's one of the, and I've shared this before, that is one of the primary reasons that the Kings brought Russ here. They needed a point guard for sure.
For sure.
So they went on
And
got
they still need a point guard right now.
Yeah, they went on and got
There's not
2 of
much
them
left.
and then traded one away. But they brought Russ in because, hey, here's an example of regardless of the circumstance, regardless of who's hurt, who's not, how many wins or losses that you have, where you're playing, what day of the week it is, what you had for breakfast, Russ plays hard all the time. And yes, there is the annoying side of that, which is, well, damn it, Russ, pass the ball.
Right.
But Russ is who he is. And you can, like, if anything, Russ is giving us the most consistency during a very frustrating season. And there's things to be admired with that, for sure. So I understand that call completely from Barbara. If you are watching Kings basketball to just see someone play hard and play fast and play with energy, Russ is your dude. And if you want the young guys to meet that, if that's what you're watching for, I don't blame you one bit.
Yeah.
Like that might be it for some people.
Yeah.
It makes perfect sense to me.
Because there's not a lot right now, right? And she said Barbara, right?
Yeah.
Said she's an average season ticket holder who, like, obviously loves X's and O's.
Yep.
But sometimes she just wants to see that energy.
Yeah.
And in a season where it is hard to get that sometimes. You know?
You're paying to watch NBA basketball, so I want to see NBA caliber basketball.
And look, the youth has got the youth of this team, the young guys that she has mentioned, they have to continue to know it's a long, grueling season.
Yep.
It's different from their college days. And in a way, it is probably good to have Russ out there saying, not every one of you are going to play this every single game, but it's nice to at least say it can be done.
Yeah.
Even at 37.
Yeah. Evan wants to jump in on this conversation. What's up, Evan?
Hi, guys. I've been listening to this show for a while, but I've never called in, but this was just the perfect topic. I was thinking about this morning, and I couldn't believe that you guys were talking about it, but basically, I've watched 70 Kings games a year for the past, 20 years. And this is the first year that I watched the first 10 games, and I thought, wow, this is so awful. I'm just going to wait until the morning, and while I'll watch it on YouTube, the 15 minutes highlights while I eat breakfast, and it's been so much better. There's no reason to watch this team, and I've just been completely skipping it.
Evan, what was it specifically, for lack of a better term, what is it specifically that turned you off when you were watching, and what would bring you back, if there's anything, whether it's this season or next season, what would bring you back to Kings basketball?
Well, what turned me off was I went to the Pelicans game in New Orleans, and it was right after they traded Fox, and I was excited, whatever, maybe we make the play-in, make the playoffs. Zach LaVine was there, and they went into overtime, and the Pelicans weren't even trying to win. They had no one in. Zion wasn't even playing, and the Kings just found a way to lose, and they missed all their shots. And I was like, wow, that was awful. The rest of the season, I'm just going to watch the YouTube highlights until I said, if they go over 500, then I'll watch again. They never did, but I watched the play-in game. They lost, whatever. And then this season it started, and it was just so bad. I was like, I got to go back to just watching the YouTube highlights. And every morning I watched them lose so bad, and I'm thankful that I did not watch the game. I feel for you guys, but like I just couldn't do it anymore, you know? But I think I was always so hopeful when they had even Thomas Robinson, Ben McLemore, and Cousins. I was like, wow, that could be a young trio. I think all that I really need is hope and, maybe get some draft picks. And even if it's dumb, I'll be like, oh, this guy could be the best player in the league. Like, if they get AJ DeBonta, I'll watch every game, and I'll be like, yeah, he could be really good. Even if he couldn't, it's just like, give me something to watch. Because right now, I have nothing, and that's why I really liked you guys' point about maybe trading Keegan Murray, because I love Keegan, and he's a great player. But if they could get another top 10 pick and then their top 5 pick, which I hope would be either DeBonta or Boozer, that would be nice. But if they could get one of the top 5 and then someone else at 10, like a guard and a wing, that would be so exciting to watch, a young duo play, and that would make me a lot more excited to watch it than just whatever this is.
Evan, thanks so much for the call.
Yeah.
That's healthy from Evan. That's what that is.
It really is. And it also, for him to say, he's just given up on it, right? It's like a bad habit he had to quit.
Yep.
And I understand that point of view, too. For us, it's our job.
Yeah.
And when we need to watch these games and try to break down whatever we can.
I know.
But, if you have the option and it's better for your health not to do it, that's your prerogative. But I did find it interesting to say, he's just looking for something, something new, something that he can get excited about. Hope. And so I do believe, that is why this upcoming draft is the biggest. It is the biggest thing you need to hit on. Yeah. You absolutely have to.
There's going to be a lot of fans that are right back in it on draft night.
Sure.
Draft night happens, they're right back in.
Sure. And you're right. The word hope, because that is part of it and being a fan.
How about a nice feel-good story a little bit to brighten the mood before we get to Chris Biederman in the next segment to start the next hour? Max Scherzer just signed a deal to return to the Toronto Blue Jays.
Nice.
I think his 19th season.
He's incredible.
He's going back with Toronto.
Yep.
Back in December, Max Scherzer's daughter wrote a letter to the Toronto Blue Jays and said, "Dear Blue Jays, I am sorry that you didn't win the World Series. I hope that you win next time. I hope my dad is back on the team. My whole family loves spending time in Toronto with our dad. We loved the aquarium, CN Tower, and of course the stadium. I am looking forward to coming back next season. Love, Max Scherzer's daughter." Doesn't put her name, just signed Max Scherzer's daughter. And the letter is on Sports Illustrated right now. You can see it in her handwriting and everything.
Oh, that is great.
But kind of a cool, feel-good story. And I'm happy to see Max Scherzer back with the Toronto Blue Jays. Of course, they have high expectations there. But well done by the Blue Jays. Well done by Max Scherzer's daughter. Make her your agent.
That's what starter young. She seems like she could be an agent. She's already writing letters. I mean, she knows what she's doing.
She negotiated for her dad, and
Absolutely.
good for him. I don't know if Max Scherzer will be an all-star. In fact, I'm looking at the all-star predictions from ESPN, and I'm not seeing Max Scherzer.
He definitely will not be at 43 years old.
I was going to say, is Max he's in his 40s?
Yeah, he's up there.
That's wild.
But, my friends, I do see a lot of A's. ESPN is predicting that with the American League All-Star team, there's going to be a lot of A's representation, including Nick Kurtz starting at first base. The A's also got Shea Langoliers as a reserve and Brent Rooker as a reserve designated hitter. So there's 3 A's that are expected or predicted to be all-stars. Interesting that Jacob Wilson is not on there. I didn't expect him to start. They have Bobby Witt Jr. of the Kansas City Royals starting. That's not surprising there. In terms of pitching,
I was going to say.
No A's representation in terms of pitching in the American League.
Well, they still got Mason Miller.
Mason Miller is projected to be an all-star for your San Diego Padres, and you did that on purpose, and that was mean.
Yeah, because he's the best closer in baseball.
Oh, gosh.
As for the San Francisco Giants, well, they're predicted to be a better team than the A's, according to all of ESPN's predictions and all their metrics. But that doesn't mean they're going to get any all-star love. Every team gets 1 all-star.
Oh, gosh. So they have 1.
They got 1.
Okay.
And you can guess who it is. It's Logan Webb. Yeah. He's projected to be a National League all-star as a pitcher.
Well,
but no other representation for the San Francisco Giants prediction-wise. So no Rafael Devers, no Willy Adames, none of that. So Giants fans and the Giants organization, you want to use that as some fuel, chip on your shoulder, get some respect in the National League. Hey, be my guest.
I'm also wanting Jacob Wilson because, again, he's so young and I don't think he has even closely reached his potential yet. I'm excited for him this season. I feel like he could not have a chip on his shoulder in the wrong way.
Right.
But you got a little chip on your shoulder.
For Jacob, it's just, I had a super efficient year in the batter's box. Watch me do it again. That's it. He just needs to string it together.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be impressive for him to improve on it. That's for sure. But just string it together, Jacob.
I like him.
We all love Jacob Wilson here on this show. Friend of the show. Former was on the show a couple of weeks ago. All right, we'll take the break. When we come back, a good friend of ours, one from the Sacramento Bee, Chris Biederman, joins us next to talk Niners and a little bit of Sacramento Kings, too. You are listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-489-7733. That's 800-489-7733. 800-489-7733.
If your business depends on reliable vehicles, it's time to upgrade your fleet at myelkgrovechevrolet.com. We specialize in fleet pricing, bulk discounts, and fast approvals, so your team stays on the road and on the job. From work trucks and vans to fuel-efficient sedans and SUVs, we have the inventory, service, and financing to keep your business moving. Call or visit myelkgrovechevrolet.com today and ask about exclusive fleet savings. myelkgrovechevrolet.com. Driving business forward. Paramount Pictures and Spyglass Media Group present Scream 7, when a new ghost-faced killer emerges in the quiet town where Sidney Prescott has built a new life. Her darkest fears are realized as her daughter becomes the next target. Determined to protect her family, Sidney must face the horrors of her past to put an end to the bloodshed once and for all. Starring Neve Campbell, Isabel May, Jasmine Savoy Brown, Mason Gooding, with Matthew Lillard, Joel McHale, and Courtney Cox. In theaters February 27th.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sactown Sports 1140.
Time last night. Chris Biederman has a baby on the way. Prepare for a baby? No, because you could be watching Kings and Houston Rockets. And because of me, Chris had the privilege of watching last night's game. Chris Biederman joins us right now. Chris, we'll start with Kings just to get it out of the way, buddy, because we want to talk Niners with you with the Combine going on right now. John Lynch said a lot of really interesting things at the Combine. There's the Trent Williams stuff going on. Lots of Niners stuff to talk about. But, hey, how much fun did you have watching Kings basketball last night? What was your major takeaway, huh?
My major takeaway, obviously it's a lost season, and, losses benefit the Kings more than wins at this point.
Nice.
That part's pretty clear. But I just worry about, from a Kings perspective, Scott Perry and Doug Christie talking about this is a foundation setting season, right? You're setting the culture. This is going to be a launch point going forward. And I just don't know if you can look at this like it's a positive situation. It doesn't seem like the effort is there, particularly on defense, right? It doesn't seem like they're building good habits offensively. Certainly it doesn't seem like they have true building blocks in the same way that, Doug Christie talks about the Detroit Pistons as sort of being this template. And when the Pistons are really bad, they only won, 17 games or something, and the Kings are going to have a similar season. That Pistons team still had Cade Cunningham and Jalen Duren, who were at that point clear building blocks. The Kings don't have clear building blocks. So I don't find it all that comparable. So it's just really hard to be optimistic about what you've seen from the Kings this season, because it would be one thing if, they were losing games, but, oh man, they're really moving the ball. They're running really great offense. They're playing with a ton of effort on defense. They're contesting a lot of shots. They're not allowing teams to get to the rim, all of that stuff. And the Kings just aren't doing that. And so for me, it's just not, it's one of those seasons where, yes, they're losing, but it doesn't seem like they're building good habits. It doesn't seem like they're building a great basketball foundation going forward. And that to me feels pretty problematic in the long term.
Real quickly, your colleague, Jason Anderson of the Sacramento Bee, just shared that Keegan Murray, with a left ankle sprain, has been ruled out for tonight's game against the Dallas Mavericks. No surprise there. Malik Monk has right ankle soreness. He is questionable for tonight. No long-term news yet on Keegan Murray's injury, but we know he's not playing tonight in Dallas. So just another fun note there, Chris.
Not surprising. And yeah, I agree with you in that. I'm sure you've said this already. Keegan should be shut down for the season.
Mm-hmm.
Unless he can come back. If there's some miraculous scenario where Keegan can be okay in 3 or 4 weeks, and then you can string together some rhythm, at least offensively, going into the offseason, I guess that would be a good thing. But if not, if it's a long-term injury, just shut him down.
Chris, do you chalk this up for Keegan Murray? Because, we got so many frustrated fans right now, and it's easy for them to just point the finger and say, he's injury prone. But this has just been, I think, an unlucky year for him. When he goes into the offseason, though, and gets healthy, what's the number one thing you think Keegan needs to kind of focus on coming into this next season, where he's going to have even more eyes on what he's doing?
Yeah, I would just sort of reject the idea that he's injury prone first.
Yep.
He's played in no fewer than 76 games in his first 3 years in the league. So I would say this is more the aberration than the norm for him. I would say 3-point shooting. When his real value to the Kings his rookie season was just his ability as a spot up 3-point shooter. And the Kings spacing is not good. They're the worst 3-point shooting team in the league in terms of makes, and they're one of the worst in percentages. And that's because they don't have a lot of spacing. They don't have a lot of three-point shooting. And Keegan's should be theoretically one of their best three-point shooters, if not the best three-point shooter on the roster. And he's just been about league average to even below average since his rookie season. So if he can get back up to that 40% clip, which is really good, but that's what he was as a rookie, then that would do a lot for his value to the Kings. And it would, there's a lot of talk about, Keegan needs to be this more versatile offensive player. He needs to do more playmaking. It's like, if Keegan's just a spot up shooter and he's making 40% of his threes, he doesn't need to do all that other stuff. Like, whoever you're going to get in the draft conceivably is going to be your number one option, who's going to be responsible for most of the playmaking. And whether or not you keep Domantas Sabonis, if he's still there, that's your secondary playmaker. Like, you don't need Keegan to do a bunch of stuff off the dribble, conceivably, right? So for me, it's 3-point shooting, because the spacing is so important that he could potentially provide. If he's just a knockdown spot up 3-point shooter and he can play good defense for you and be switchable on that end, that to me is probably the most likely avenue to success. I just don't see Keegan being a guy that you're running an offense through necessarily. And I just don't know that that's the best use for him long term.
Russell Westbrook is also out for tonight's game with a right thigh contusion, so not looking so hot for a Kings victory tonight in Dallas. Chris, one of the topics that we've discussed as a station over the last, let's call it, week or so now, is this possibility that outside of draft picks, Keegan Murray is probably the most valuable asset that Scott Perry has this summer. Keegan will be eligible to be traded this summer after signing his contract extension at the start of this year. I know, or I imagine, the Kings would probably prefer to move on from Zach LaVine's almost $50 million contract next year, or DeMar DeRozan's expiring deal that's partially guaranteed, or Malik Monk, or any of these other names, maybe even Domantas Sabonis. But it's going to be a whole heck of a lot more difficult to do that. In your mind, totally hypothetically, because we have no idea what other teams are what players other teams are interested in, but hypothetically, if the Kings were considering using Keegan Murray on draft night to move back into the draft later in the first round if there's a player that they really like, is that something that you think the Kings should be monitoring in, or is that a route that you think would be possible, maybe even likely, that the Kings go down as they try to reorganize this new timeline in this rebuild that they're on?
I think you absolutely consider it. And, I look at a team like the Warriors, right? Like, Keegan Murray would make a ton of sense for the Warriors. The Warriors run a similar system to what the Kings ran with Mike Brown as a coach, obviously. And Keegan Murray represents a lot of what the Warriors might potentially need. And the Warriors are picking, depending on how their season goes. Right now, they're in the play-in. They'll either be just outside the lottery or conceivably near the end of the lottery. That, to me, would make a lot of sense. And it might be less about Keegan and his talent and his value to the Kings, and more so about timelines, because you're looking at a long-term timeline with the Kings where they're 3-4 years away from conceivably being a winning team. And at that point, Keegan Murray's in his late 20s, and you're just going to have this, Darren Peterson, AJ DeBonsa, Cam Boozer, whoever it's going to be, is just going to be entering their mid-20s and maybe their prime by the time Keegan Murray is at the end of this contract, to where if you were to trade back into the first round and get a pick, obviously there's a lot of pressure to nail that pick, but at least that player you're adding is on the same timeline as whoever your conceivably top 5 pick is going to be, right? So that, to me, would make a lot of sense. And just having somebody that you can put along your new 1A player who's going to be your new focal point that you draft this spring. Like, that to me makes sense. And that's kind of how, that's what the Jalen Duren, Cade Cunningham dynamic is, right? Mm-hmm. Like, those guys can build and grow together instead of having a bunch of guys at different points in their careers trying to develop at different paths. Like, I would understand keeping Keegan Murray, but if there's an opportunity to get into the back end of the lottery or even just outside the lottery, and you also move off of Keegan's money, that to me was a bad move at all, I think.
Chris, I know we'll get to Niners in just a second. I am curious, because we have not asked you since we've kind of dove into some of these prospects here lately, just on the surface level of watching some of these games. By the way, there's been some really good matchups. Mm-hmm. Is there anyone that's sticking out to you in terms of prospects for the Kings to go after?
You mean in college?
Yeah.
Sorry, my internet's not great right now.
We got you still. Yeah, in college, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, for me, I know there's a lot of discussion there, and I know Matt has voiced his about Darren Peterson actually, not being the first overall pick just because of the issues with him playing or not playing as much as you would like. I think my feel for it is that it seems like he's playing something and he's hurt, and the fact that he would be willing to play through it would speak to the competitiveness that I think people are questioning. Whereas like a lot of guys might just shut it down and not play at all. And he's trying to play through it, giving everything he can. And when he gets to a certain point himself and furthering the injury, he's taking himself out and playing. And, I don't know that that's necessarily the case, but that's my read of what it is. And so I don't look at it as like a disqualifier if he's the number one guy for me.
Got it.
That being said, I think taking AJ DeBanza first overall would absolutely be justified, and he's that type of player. And I think in just about every other draft, he would be the consensus number one pick. So I think that would make a lot of sense too. So if I'm the Kings, like if you're picking in the top two, that's where that's a sweet spot. Like it feels like you can't really go wrong if you're in those first two spots. In terms of Cam Boozer, like I get it. I just worry about what he is at the next level. Like, is he a small ball 5? Can he defend the rim? Can he protect the rim? Or is he going to be? Is he too big to be a 4 but too small to 5? Right? Like I see the skill offensively, and people talk about Kevin Love, and that would make a lot of sense. But was Kevin Love ever a franchise defining star, or was he a nice second and third piece on a contending team? That's kind of the bucket I look at Cam Boozer. And look, if you pick third or fourth, I don't think pick at all, but I don't know that. I think there's a pretty clear delineation between Peterson and AJ DeBanza for me.
Well, the draft is obviously incredibly important
from Boozer.
The draft obviously incredibly important for the Sacramento Kings, and the draft is massively important for the San Francisco 49ers with the plethora of picks that they have coming up. Chris, when talking to a number of people around the Niners organization, most recently Nick Wagner of the of ESPN, who covers the Niners, he's talked about the emphasis on the Niners prioritizing the next generation of talent to support this current generation rather than maybe star hunting like a Max Crosby or something along those lines. As we switch to 49ers talk, do you agree with that approach? Obviously, they're in the most difficult division in football, and they're trying to be right back in a Super Bowl conversation. But is that next generation the priority on a crop of talent and hitting home runs in this draft, or at least doubles in this draft? Is that the right approach, you think, for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch?
Sorry, cut out again. Can you summarize that question again for me?
Yeah, no problem. And if we have to switch to phone, we definitely can. It's not, trust me, it's not
Okay.
it's not you, it's us. It's not you, it's us, Chris. We have this problem all the time. The Niners prioritizing the next generation of talent and going younger with the draft rather than going after a big name in the trade market like a Max Crosby. Do you think that's the right approach for them?
Yes and no. I think it's about value, right? Like I wouldn't sell the farm for Max Crosby, but if you can get Max Crosby at a reasonable trade, and you're not giving up, multiple first round picks and a starter like the Raiders are putting out there, I think you seriously consider it. But at the same time, like what got the 49ers to contention under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch in the first place was drafting stars and having a lot of Pro Bowl, all pro level players on their rookie contracts. And you go back to, when they first went to the Super Bowl in 2019, it was George Kittle in his third season, 5th round pick, making no money. Deebo Samuel as a rookie, basically making no money. Nick Bosa as a rookie making, what the 2nd overall pick made, still not top of the market, which he's making now. So I think for the 49ers, the best avenue is to draft stars. And that's that definitely easier said than done, right? But to me, that's the best, most sustainable avenue towards success. And you throw Fred Warren in that mix, obviously, right? If you draft star players, that is the most sustainable model in the NFL. It's also the hardest thing to do in the NFL. So they certainly haven't done it in a really long time. Like, I don't know that they've drafted a star outside of, however you feel about Brock Purdy. Like, Brock Purdy's their best draft pick over the last 4 years.
Yeah.
So until they start drafting stars, it's hard to feel confident that they're going to do that again, which might be the reason why you move some picks for some established veterans. Like, I'm a big proponent for them. If you can go get Justin Jefferson, again, I don't even know if he's available, but if you can go get Justin Jefferson, if you can go get Garrett Wilson of the Jets, that to me makes a lot of sense, because you have more certainty that those guys are going to help you beat the Seahawks this year than you might with a potential first-round pick. Then again, that first-round pick might be the next Deebo Samuel, or might be the next, Brandon Ayuk of 2023, right? So that to me is it's a juggling act, right? Like, ideally you can draft stars, but if you don't view any of these players, or you don't view any of these draft picks, or can't find any stars in this draft, then I think you have to have a little bit of conviction when it comes to trading for some veterans. So it's a balancing act. I know that's kind of saddling the fence a little bit, which we don't love on radio, but to me, like, drafting stars is going to be their best avenue. And they haven't proven that they can do it in recent years, which has been a little tough for them.
Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee joining us here on Matt and Kayla. We're talking a little Niners now, and obviously the NFL Combine going on in Indianapolis this week, and so much information comes out of there. And the latest information to come out of Niners camp was that Trent Williams and the Niners are kind of going back and forth. It's his final year of his contract. Look, when I would tell anybody without the name attached that you're trying to get back a 38-year-old offensive lineman, not many people would be like, oh, yeah, we got to get this deal done. But this is Trent Williams we're talking about, and you can't just go buy tackles, left tackles at that, anywhere. How crucial is it for them to bring him back, or is it?
Yeah, I think it's really important, because I don't know what the other option is.
Yeah.
Right? Like, I think they have so many other needs on the roster, particularly defensively, that the last thing the Niners need is to have a gaping hole at left tackle. I think you have to make this work, and they have more salary cap flexibility after everything they did last season to get off of a lot of bloated contracts, and they ate a lot of dead money last season to give themselves more salary cap flexibility going forward, particularly with Brock Purdy on his new contract now, that they should have enough flexibility to make a deal with Trent Williams work. Trent Williams is excellent at exacting leverage whenever he has it. And that's what he's doing. And this is what, the fourth serious negotiation he's had with the 49ers since they acquired him. There was the big contract that he signed, I want to say in 2021, before nearly going to the Chiefs as a free agent. Midway through that deal, the Niners had an out. Trent Williams renegotiated that one, and then that season I would go back to that season, the 2024 offseason, when Trent Williams was looking to get a new deal midway through that 6-year contract he signed. He didn't report to the team until the week of week 1. So he missed all of training camp, and he was still good. He was still Trent Williams, but he wasn't the same dominant type of Trent Williams, type of all pro that we know Trent Williams to be. And I would say, if you can get this wrapped up, even if you have to give him some guaranteed money going into next season, and just avoid any of that drama, like leading into training camp and causing Trent Williams to miss training camp, I would think that behooves the 49ers a lot. And Trent Williams knows that, and that's why Trent Williams is doing what he's doing, because he knows how much leverage he has. He knows how much money he can potentially get by tightening the screws on the 49ers a little bit. And to me, I expect it to get done at some point. When it gets done, I think is going to be the most important thing. But the 49ers aren't going to release him. I know it was reported that, Trent Williams might become available as a free agent. That just doesn't make any sense. Like, if the Niners and Trent Williams don't come to an agreement, then he still has trade value, and there's going to be another team somewhere in the NFL who would be willing to pay him. And so that, to me, he's not going to get released. If anything, if a divorce is coming, it's going to be via trade. And maybe the 49ers get a draft pick out of it, or maybe they get another veteran out of it. So that's one part of the reporting that confused me a little bit, because it doesn't make any sense for the 49ers just to release him since he's under contract. Like, he's under contract. So at worst, the 49ers can just say you're under contract, and then Trent Williams doesn't come to camp. That's problematic in of itself, but he's not just going to get released this spring. I think that would be a huge surprise if that happened.
Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee joining us. He covers the Sacramento Kings, covers the San Francisco 49ers, also one of the voices on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Chris, one of the things, like, the receiver position is going to be a major topic of conversation this offseason for the 49ers. You already talked about, like, I don't know if Justin Jefferson is available, but if he is, the 49ers should throw themselves into that mix. But I started thinking about it from the perspective of Brock Purdy, because assuming the Niners lose Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall hopefully can stay healthy, but it sounds like the likelihood is that Brock is going to have a much younger, less experienced receiving core than he's ever had before. Does that mean that this is another element to Brock and his franchise quarterback resume that he can show off or develop? Because it seems like the greatest quarterbacks are able to make their receiving core look good, or increase the productivity of any receiving core, help their young receivers shine because of how good they are as a quarterback. Do you subscribe to that thinking at all, and think that this is an opportunity for Brock to make his receiving core shine even more, rather than relying upon the big names that so many people have undermined Brock for in his career because of?
Yeah, I think, given that the 49ers didn't have Brandon Ayuk this year, given that they moved on from Deebo Samuel and they still went to the second round of the playoffs, they beat the defending champions on the road, and they just kind of pieced together an offense despite all the injuries that they had. I think it speaks to Brock Purdy's evolution in terms of being a little bit more of the rising tide that lifts all boats, instead of, Kyle Shanahan being the rising tide and Brock Purdy just kind of being a passenger on the train, whatever metaphor you want to use, right? Like, Brock Purdy to me is evolving into a guy who's less reliant on the system around him, and the system sort of revolving a little bit more around him going forward. So to me, the question is, like, can you win with a young receiving core in Seattle in the playoffs? Like, that to me is how you judge a lot of the decisions you make this offseason is can you go up to Seattle in January and beat that defense with the group you have? And that to me is the best argument to going to get a veteran receiver, somebody like Justin Jefferson or Garrett Wilson, because you're going to have to get explosive plays downfield to open up things in the running game, and, be better on third down and keep the offense on the field and be able to run the ball more, right? Like, these are all things that the 49ers just couldn't do against the Seahawks. So can you get a receiver at 27 overall? Maybe it's Omar Cooper, right, from Indiana. Maybe it's that guy who comes in, hits the ground running, and is a 1,000-yard receiver as a rookie. And then there isn't so much pressure on Ricky Pearsall to come in and, be a Pro Bowl type guy with Juwan Jennings playing elsewhere, right? So again, it's a tricky balance. Like, if you have a lot of confidence in drafting a receiver at 2027 and saying that guy can help us go beat Seattle in January, then great, go do it. And if he doesn't do that, then you're going to catch some flack for it. But I would feel more confident about trading for a receiver who can put you in that position than drafting one at this point.
Okay, so I'll put you on the spot early on, obviously, but we're at the combine. We're seeing some of these prospects work out. Where do you think they go, Chris, at 27, or do they trade it?
I think they would like to trade it.
Yeah.
But I think if they do make the pick, I think it would be receiver. In my tier, it would be receiver. I really think Omar Cooper from Indiana is Kyle Shanahan's type of receiver. And I think, I don't know if he's going to be there at 27, but if he is, I think he would make a lot of sense. And then I would go defensive line.
Okay.
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan love drafting defensive linemen early. The defensive line was a major problem last year. I know you have Alfred Collins and CJ West, but I wouldn't shy away from drafting another interior guy. And I know you have Michael Williams, but I wouldn't be opposed to drafting another edge guy either, particularly somebody in the, Bryce Huff, D Ford type, like speed rusher position. That's usually the back end of the first round is where a lot of those type of pass rushers get drafted. And so having a speed rusher would make a lot of sense opposite Nick Bosa. You can kick Michael Williams inside, or if you can get somebody who can really command double teams at defensive tackle to throw into the rotation with CJ West and Alfred Collins, I think would make a lot of sense too. So to me, there's receiver and defensive line, and then a pretty wide gap between everything else. They need upgrades up and down the roster for sure, but those are the two positions I think they look at most heavily in the first round.
Chris, real quick before we let you go, we're going to talk about it in the next segment, Sac State football going to the MAC, and there's been a little bit of controversy this week about the estimations or projections financially and things of that nature, but it's all centered around this idea that you're bringing FBS football to Sacramento, and the question that we're going to ask and we're going to discuss is, how do we feel like Sacramento will support it? Will Sacramento show up? Will it catch here in the capital city, like obviously NBA basketball has, and baseball's kind of been on and off as of late? What do you just in general really quickly make of Sac State's jump to FBS? They accomplished what they said they were going to accomplish. They're paying a hefty price to do it, joining a conference that's primarily on the East Coast. What do you just make of the entire saga of now Sac State football in the MAC?
I would say it puts a lot of pressure on them to field a winning product, because I think all of the projections, like to me, the projections don't really matter. They're just projections. Whether or not Luke Wood should be talking about the projections, whether or not collegiate consulting should have any sort of stance on these projections publicly, I don't know that necessarily matters, because one, the projections are about numbers that don't actually exist. They're like hypothetical numbers. It's like, this is how much money you can make theoretically by, this is like what the equivalent would be to advertising, which is, anyway, doesn't matter. The point is, there's been a lot made about the projections. I've written about the projections with the SAC-B. I don't think they matter. I think ultimately what's going to matter for Sacramento State is winning football games, because if they go 1-9 next year, then in 2027, there isn't going to be a whole lot of excitement about welcoming Bowling Green and Toledo, and those schools don't really move the needle. Like Sacramento State winning and playing those schools would move the needle, and that's going to be the most important thing. And filling the stadium and getting a lot of eyeballs on TV, that's ultimately what's going to get them towards their projected numbers that they're touting, and that's what's going to make this work for them. And that's why it's so risky, because they're spending money that they essentially don't have, right? Mm-hmm. So much is riding on the guarantees that they're going to have from playing these big schools. They don't have any of those games on the schedule. And Mark Orr, their athletic director, he might get some of those games on the schedule, but they don't have them yet. So they're going in and they're on the hook for all this money without any of these games scheduled, without any of these guarantees being actually guaranteed. And so there's a lot of risk in that, because if they go 1-9, they might not get a game against Stanford or Cal or USC or UCLA or Fresno State or whoever they want. Those schools might look at them and say, you're basically an FCS team. Like, you didn't prove last year in your first season at FBS that you really deserve to be here. So we want our team playing better competition than that, if you're like a major program. And that's a major source of revenue for Sac State, which they need to make this whole thing work. So to me, it's kind of like buying a house, being like, well, I can't afford the house, but when I get the raise, or when I get a different job and get promoted, then I'll be able to afford the house. Yeah. Well, it's, it could work. It definitely could work. I'm not saying it won't, but I think anybody with skepticism is warranted, because it's not like the Sacramento State has a donor who's just giving them $25 million and say, here you go make this thing work. There's a lot that has to go right for Sacramento State to get that money, in my opinion, and I think that's where all the risk is.
Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee does a fantastic job covering a wide plethora of sports. You're welcome for forcing you to watch Kings basketball last night, my friend, and we really appreciate you taking the time to show up on the show. We'll definitely have you back on. Enjoy as much as you can with the rest of this Kings season, the 49ers offseason, and we'll talk very, very soon.
Thanks for having me, guys. Always appreciate it.
Thanks,
Always
Chris.
a pleasure to have the great Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee on with us. We will take the break. When we come back, Sac State football in the MAC. Do you care? How much does it matter to Sacramento? Will they show up? We'll discuss coming up next. Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
If you're serious about your golf game, then you need to know about Total Game Fitting at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Whether it's the TrackMan-powered player performance studio for your best fit clubs, or the cutting-edge technology putter fitting studio, or the free Ballnamic ball fitter and 3D foot scanner, the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop offers you total game fitting from head to toe with equipment and apparel. Find your advantage at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop with the latest offering of new golf products in Northern California. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway.
You remember me from a show called And Joe? I'm back on the radio, Sacramento. It's Joe Mommy, and when you need your new country fix, join me weekdays from 6 to 10 for the Pat and Cody with Joe show on New Country 105.1 KNCI or on the free KNCI app.
There's the hard way to buy a car, and then there's the Hoblet way. Transparent prices, fast paperwork, and a team that's there to help, not hover. We've spent 77 years refining this process so you can get in, get out, and get driving with zero drama. Car buying doesn't have to be stressful. At least, not when you do it the Hoblet way. Experience the difference at HobletDodge.com. The easy way to buy.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
High Voltage Live Boxing returns to the venue on March 7th as Uppercut Promotions presents 6 of Northern California's top fighters. Thunder Showdown March 7th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
If you were to go on the streets of Sacramento and you were to ask the average Sacramentan, hey, FBS football is coming to Sacramento next year. Do you care? How excited are you about that? My gut tells me, and I don't mean this in any kind of hate at all.
Mm-hmm.
My gut tells me the average Sacramentan would go either or I don't know what that means. I do believe that there will be an uptick of interest in Sac State football naturally. And there's going to be a lot. Sac State's going to get a lot of coverage next year because what they're doing is not easy to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the Mid-American Conference, the MAC, is not the most prestigious conference in FBS football. But there's some good programs, and it's still a FBS conference. Here's the connection that I have in my mind. And I don't mean this disrespectfully towards either party. What is going to be the difference between Sac State in the FBS and the Sacramento River Cats in terms of general interest? I think, for the record, I think Sac State football will draw bigger crowds. It's football, it's college. That's not the comparison I'm making. But in terms of something to do versus something to be locked in on, I am skeptical about how quickly Sacramento and this community will be locked into, okay, now I'm watching Sac State football every single week and seeing how they do. Like, I just need to see it to believe it, I think, on the expectations of the excitement around Sac State football in this city and the community supporting it in the way that these projections are financially expecting the community to. It's one thing to have this high level of college football. That's great. But you got to kind of train the audience to care and to follow it. And I just don't know if right away. I could be wrong. I just don't know if if it's going to be that way immediately.
Every market's different. Being able to live in different places, different markets, every place I can tell you something was more important than something else. I'm new to Sacramento, so I'm not going to say this and say I'm 100% right, but the vibe is that I get clearly is basketball is priority here, right? That's your protein. That's what you guys, many of you guys and gals have grown up with. And by the way, you have very smart basketball fans here. So that's a compliment. I don't know right now if I can be convinced to say, like, people are going to hop right on board because they're going to the MAC. I would love to see this market start to embrace a college football team at an FBS level. I would love it.
Yes.
I love the game of football, college, professional, whatever. But I think you have to kind of prove it in a way. And I know Biederman almost just said this when he answered this question. Okay, the first thing was go to FBS, be accepted. The second thing is there might be some excitement right away. You might see, people interested a little bit more tuning in. But it is up to Sac State and the product to get people either staying or sticking around or to grow that excitement for the future of the program. I think it can be done if they find success at the MAC. By the way, the MAC plays on like Tuesdays.
Yeah.
So there will be opportunities for Sac State to have people watching some of those games when there might not be another game on.
Yeah.
So I think my kind of roundabout way of saying will there be interest or not is I think it might just take a little bit of time. But I do believe it is up to what Sac State puts out there as a product consistently that will actually grow.
Yeah. If you're a Sac State student or an alumni, you have a vested interest in going naturally.
Absolutely.
Stingers up.
Yeah.
Pride. Like that. That's who you are through and through. And there's plenty of those people in this city.
Also, if Sac State students don't support it, they might be paying for it.
Well,
they don't want to hear that.
Yeah, that doesn't help things.
Well, maybe they should have thought of that before paying that money.
Well, my point is, if I'm Sac State, if I'm Luke Wood, if I'm Mark Orr, my biggest appeal to the community is a rallying cry of, here's another example for Sacramento to show our ability to support major sports.
Yes.
That's the rallying cry.
100%.
But a year ago, you had a city try to embrace a baseball team in the athletics. And the rallying cry was, show Major League Baseball that this could be a major league town. And last season, attendance was not good. Now,
there was other things that went into it, right?
Of course. Okay. The difference between Sac State and the A's is the A's very clearly did not want to be here, did not market themselves as Sacramento. This was a couch they were sleeping on.
Yeah.
Sac State it's Sac State. We are Sacramento through and through. So maybe that Sacramento pride element is enough to get the average Sacramentan to lock in. I'm from Sacramento. My college football team is Sac State because they represent my city. I just don't know. That statement that I said right now, that right there, I don't know if that is the feeling of most Sacramentans at this point.
That aren't like attending that school or alums of the school.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like
I get what you're saying.
I went to Jessup University in Rockland. There is no football program. So I don't have a college football team.
Sure.
I personally do not feel yet the pull of I'm going to be a Sac State football fan now because they represent my city. I don't feel that pull. And if you feel that pull and I'm off base and it's just a me thing, tell me I'm wrong. But I don't hear that buzz. Hornets. I don't hear that buzz in the city of, we have a college football team. This is Sacramento's football team.
Can I say one thing that might seem completely ludicrous right now to those who didn't grow up with what I'm about to say? And so they look at it maybe just in the way of, you're crazy, Kayla. They've always been big. I grew up in Spokane, Washington. We do not have pro teams. Okay? Our pro teams are on the other side of the state. We have colleges. And we had this little college growing up by the name of Gonzaga.
Oh.
And Gonzaga, they were temporarily at times on the map with certain players when I was growing up, but they are a little school. And I'm not saying it will ever get to this level, but you make the most of your opportunity when you get it. And I will give a lot of credit to something like Gonzaga, where they went out with pretty much nothing in a small town that doesn't get a lot of love. And they built something. And they built something now that Spokane is known for Gonzaga.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's where the Sacramento State football program is going to get, but it's not out of it's not out of the equation, guys.
It's the potential.
If you do it the right way and you take advantage of all the opportunities and you do it and you have success, you can't say that it won't be something that you can rally around as a community and have success.
Just as a quick example, James Madison was in FCS 3 years ago, and they were in the college football playoff this year.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's a smaller city, right? They're in the middle of, I think, what is it? I don't even know where they're at.
Yeah. But you know how they did it? They hired a guy named Kurt Signetti.
Yeah. And that's right. You take advantage of your opportunities. You do it the right way. I want Sac State. I want fans to rally around Sac State. I really do. And it would be really cool to have a college program that was at the FBS level and had some success. You don't have to go win a championship, but have success and bring some excitement.
At the very least, there's plenty of curiosity. We'll take the break. When we come back, it's time to pick a side. It's Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
A's fans, the 2026 season is coming fast, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season packed with theme days, giveaways, and firework nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at pepsipromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of PepsiCo Inc.
Get ready, Sacramento. The Sacramento Boat Show and Big RV Show is taking over Cal Expo, March 5th through March 8th. Hundreds of boats and RVs, all in one place. From wakeboard boats and pontoon boats to motorhomes, fifth wheels, travel trailers, sprinter vans, plus fishing boats and ATVs. It's 2 huge shows, one massive event. Don't miss it. Get details now at twohugeshows.com.
Join Sactown Sports downtown before every Kings game and pick up an In-Shape Fitness Kings Rally towel while supplies last. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Pick a side, any side. It's time for Pick a Side on Matt and Kayla.
Alrighty, it is time to pick a side. Topic number 1.
Yes, pick a side. Number 1 for today. Matt Ishbia, the chaotic owner of the Suns.
He loves attention. Sorry.
He's fun. I think
he's chaotic. Well, he is he's a crazy mortgage bro who happened to buy a basketball team and is just obsessed with basketball. But Matt Ishbia has offered to pay $1 million prize to the winners of next year's slam dunk and 3-point contests, with another $1 million going to charity in each event. So do we think this will encourage more participation?
For the young guys that they are going out and getting, sure. Like, this sounds so because $1 million is a lot to me and you. But what is $1 million to Zion Williamson to compete in the dunk contest? What is $1 million to Dame Lillard to win the 3-point contest? Dame has won it like three times now.
Yeah.
$1 million is a lot of money, don't get me wrong, but is $1 million going to be the difference to attract the top talent? To, like, the top 3-point shooters are already participating in the 3-point contest because there's still like a fun and a appeal about it. Mm-hmm. It's the dunk contest that everybody's talking about here. Why can't we get the top stars in the game to participate in the dunk contest? $1 million ain't attracting LeBron. Well, at this point, LeBron's done, but LeBron never did it. And the conversation was always, what would get LeBron to do it? $1 million ain't doing it.
Yeah.
So I don't think it makes a difference.
And part of this is because Phoenix is hosting the All-Star game this next season. So I think Ishbia is like trying to do anything he can to make his city look like, oh, this is where the All-Star game had its most success.
It's back.
I think I'm on the same page as you. Now, if this was like a younger guy who was on the fence, like being in the dunk contest, like a younger guy in the league, maybe that would affect it a little because it is money in the pocket, right? It is an extra Lamborghini or something for them.
It's money.
Right. But I think overall, that's not going to drastically change the minds of any of these guys. But I guess props to Ishbia for trying.
You know what? I'll give Ishbia props on this too. Like, I know here in Sacramento we have conversations all the times of like, oh, Vivek is overstepping or ownership has too much involvement. This dude is literally running the Phoenix Suns and hired like his assistant, like his coach in college he hired as the general manager of the Suns with no previous general managing experience. So this dude's literally running the Suns, but at least he's willing to lose money because he loves ball. Like, he's willing to just lose money because there's no way he's getting his investment back on $4 million for this stupid dunk contest and 3-point contest that don't matter. But at least he's willing to say, I would just like to pour my billions into putting on an entertaining basketball product. I'll give him props for that.
All right, next topic.
The 40-yard dash at the combine. Overrated, underrated, or properly rated?
So I think overall, I think it's underrated for the people who are actually doing the work. I think that they have to see the speed, right? And they have to know like what they're getting out of certain positions. Like, I think in a way though, it's a little overrated how we look at it as viewers because it's just the only thing that really we look at that can be interesting in the combine because everything else is like cone drills and, you know, the weightlifting, like the reps, benching,
deadlift.
So I think that's the only thing that we can kind of get excited about. And by the way, in history, there's been some moments that people have had running the 40-yard dash.
Oh, you mean like that guy whose pants fell down?
Pants, stuff like that. So, but I think it's a little overrated for us, the viewers. I think we're just, we're trained to say it's the most interesting thing.
I would say the 40-yard dash, though, is at least a accurate skill that translates to the game of football. And what I mean by that, there's a lot of stuff they do in the NBA draft combine.
Yeah.
And just like, that's just a cool number to have. It doesn't really, like,
Right.
how much does that actually translate to an NBA game? The 40-yard dash, I feel, does, especially if you're having a receiver or a cornerback. Okay, how quickly do you get into your routes? How quickly do you get upfield? Running backs, of course. Linebackers, getting downhill. Like, kick return or special teams. Like, getting downfield quickly is a skill. And speed will always be appealing to the audience because seeing these human beings that are machines fly and go super, super fast is really entertaining. So I appreciate the 40-yard dash because I see it as a very translatable skill to the best football players. And typically you'll see, football player star 3 years from now, let's go back and look at their 40-yard dash time. Oh, it was really good. Okay, so that translated, that mattered. So I think the 40-yard dash is properly rated. I think it's supposed to be one of the most important skills that the combine shows you.
Okay, I agree with Kayla on one part, and I agree with Matt on another part.
Okay.
Cool.
So, Kayla, I agree because it's overrated in part because it's not a super great indictment of the actual athlete themselves.
Sure.
And also, in this day and age, because people know the 40-yard dash is overrated, they spend months training on the 40-yard dash.
They do.
Like, these prospects get track coaches to train them to have better 40 times because NFL GMs decide that the 40 time actually matters for your drafting. Remember when the Bengals took John Ross over Patrick Mahomes because he ran a fast 40, and then Kansas City took Xavier Worthy in the first round because he ran a fast 40, even though he can't catch and can't get separation from receivers. Like, it seems to actually matter. And then where I agree with Matt was the event itself. I understand why they prop it up. The NFL does, because it actually is like it is the same reason why the 100-meter dash at the Olympics is always so popular. It is the purest. You are just running from one point to the other, and that is something that I think is very easy for us all to like say, oh, you're a better athlete because you can do this very basic thing very well.
All right, next topic.
Since they're talking about adding more sports to the Olympics, should professional chase tag be added at
Have you
the
ever
Olympics?
watched this?
No.
It's pretty rad.
Chase tag?
It's like parkour meets tag, and they put all these obstacles in the way, and they fly through this stuff. I don't know how guys don't just get clotheslined by these things.
Really?
It's pretty entertaining to watch in short clips, but like if I were to watch more than 5 minutes, I'd be like, okay, I'm over this. Has the Olympics not learned anything from the gimmick that was breakdancing? I don't think we need to try so hard.
God.
But like these guys are athletes. These guys are athletes that play this, and they're like parkour, how flexible they are, how quick they are, how agile they are. It's very impressive what they can do. I don't know if it would capture my attention enough to watch a full chase tag tournament to see who wins gold, but it's entertaining to watch. Look up clips. You'll be surprised with what they can do.
Yeah, pull up YouTube and look up World Chase Tag.
I will. I just don't really know much about it, so I'm going to say it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
I think, you don't want to oversaturate the Olympics.
Right.
I already feel like it's a little bit oversaturated with some of the events and the niche events. But I'm sure I would watch it if it were on, like, ESPN Ocho or whatever it is.
That's very much the type of thing that it is. Yeah.
Interesting.
But it's very cool.
Yeah, I'll look it up in the break.
No, they absolutely should add this. Again, to the point about breakdancing, the Summer Olympics are not exactly picky about what sports go into it.
So this would be summer.
This would be
2028. Okay.
Oh, actually, I hadn't even considered them doing it on ice, and
That
you're
would-
creating like ice.
No, you would have people
my
split their
goodness.
skulls open. That would be horrible.
No, but they're like world-class athletes who train on this type of thing. You know what? Kayla, I'm open to both now. You want to make it a winter sport? You want to make it a summer sport? I'm all good.
Listen, breaking a world record has already become more of a niche joke than it is actually cool, because the world records are silly and so over the top that now the reputation of breaking a world record has a connotation of being kind of lame or weird. We don't need the Olympics to do the same thing. The Olympics, like, traditionally are incredibly cool. Let's not
Not
try so
water it
hard to
down.
make it weird.
Oh no, the Olympics aren't going to take money to add more events. Wow, when have they ever not done that?
I want to know who's lining up to throw a bunch of money so that they can watch chase tag for gold medals. But if you're willing to do that, I guess be my guest.
By the way, did they take away the breakdancing
Yes.
after that?
Yes.
It was disastrous, by the way.
That's done. That's done so.
Woof.
Replaced by flag football, which I'm sure will be better.
Well, flag football can be pretty
It
legit.
is on the rise.
Flag football can be. I covered girls' high school flag football here in the area, and you'll be surprised how great athlete. Like now they have an avenue to be able to play, and so I wouldn't turn my nose up at flag football. I think flag football is legit.
No, I agree with you. The problem is you're going to have these actual flag football players from Jamaica and Mexico and places like that against freaking Justin Jefferson and Patrick Mahomes because they're letting NFL players do the flag football.
Perfect. Instant goal.
Hey, listen.
Watch that middle count go up real quick in LA.
Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's what I'm saying. We'll take the break. We'll come back. It is time for lunch break. You want to be involved in the conversation, you can. 916-339-1140. We'll revisit a conversation from earlier this week comparing next season, a surprise playoff run led by a top rookie, to moving off of contracts and securing another top pick. What is better for the Kings? And we'll try and make the argument for why the Kings shouldn't trade DeMontis Sabonis. That's all coming up on Lunch Break. Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Co-hosts of the wildly popular Bad Friends podcast, Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Wow, I can't even believe that this is real right now.
Yeah, dude.
I feel like this is a scam. It's going to explode on you.
No. Live Saturday, March 14th, the venue at Thunder Valley.
Do you know what the three colors on the Irish flag stand for?
What?
The hair, the skin, the soul.
Oh, is that what liquor does to your soul?
Yeah, turns you green.
Buy tickets now. Visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Oh, this is like...
That's top notch.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729. Or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Paramount Pictures and Spyglass Media Group present Scream 7. When a new ghost-faced killer emerges in the quiet town where Sidney Prescott has built a new life, her darkest fears are realized as her daughter becomes the next target. Determined to protect her family, Sidney must face the horrors of her past to put an end to the bloodshed once and for all. Starring Nev Campbell, Isabel May, Jasmine Savoy Brown, Mason Gooding, with Matthew Lillard, Joel McHale, and Courtney Cox. In theaters February 27th.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. It's time for the lunch break. Your calls, your thoughts, your segment. Call or text us at 916-339-1140. It's the lunch break on Matt and Kayla.
Round of applause, everybody. Round of applause, please.
What,
as a
we
show.
made it to lunch?
Nope, as a show. That too.
Oh, okay.
But round of applause as a show. Our own Frankie Cardicelli found this out from Sactown Sports.
Okay.
The Sacramento Kings had their 8th loss by 30 or more points of the season last night. That's the most in franchise history, ladies and gentlemen. The most in franchise history. Add it to the record book. Add it to the board. Huh?
Worse than the 59 Royals? Wow.
We're celebrating something on this show,
it was
baby.
the last time. So the record was 7 set in the 2008-2009 season. 7 games where they lost by 30-plus points.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Goodness
And that
gracious.
remind people again, how many wins did the Sacramento Kings get that year?
08-09, that was the 17, wasn't it?
Yes,
that
that's
was
correct.
The 17-win season. Well, oops. I don't know.
Well, we got 4 more wins. We have 4 more wins in us this year.
I don't think so. I really don't think so, guys.
That's
second easiest strength of schedule.
I think that's going to be a topic of conversation when we do our Sacramento Kings over-exaggerations coming up at 1 o'clock. But right now, it is lunch break, and I wanted to revisit a conversation that we had earlier in the week. Happier times. Kings had come off a win. Keegan Murray was still healthy. Great. We were sunshine and rainbows earlier in the week.
Sure.
We talked about 2 hypothetical scenarios and which one would be better for the Sacramento Kings and which one would the Kings fan more prefer. Scenario number 1, I put a poll out, and I'll have to find it and find the results of it. Option 1 was, again, in both of these scenarios, right, the Kings draft whatever player you want this year. Let's say they get the number 1 overall pick, and if you want Darren Peterson, congratulations, they have DP. They have AJ.
Yeah.
They have Cam. Whoever you want. So you're getting the guy that you want, no matter what in these scenarios.
Okay.
Option A is that player alongside a core of Keegan Murray, who stays healthy, and Domantas Sabonis. You still have those veteran contracts on your roster, whatever.
Yeah.
But that team makes a run to the play-in or to the playoffs via the play-in. So they finish, let's say they finish 8th, but they win a play-in game to secure the 7th or 8th seed, and they make the playoffs. And let's say they're even competitive in that first series, but they lose in that first series. But they make a playoff run led by your ideal star pick. That scenario versus this summer, you get your top pick. The Kings move off of, let's say, Domantas Sabonis' contract. They're able to get value that pretty much equates to like expiring contracts and picks. Nothing that's like, we got a franchise player for Domantas Sabonis, because that's not realistic. And the Kings win, let's say, 20-some-odd games. It's an improvement on this year, but that's like nothing. Hopefully, bare minimum, they improve on this year. And they secure another, let's call it like top 8 draft pick for next season.
Yeah.
Which option would we prefer? And Kayla, if I remember correctly, you said option B, correct?
I did.
Remind me why.
Yeah, because I believe at this point, I'm not going to keep on tricking myself into this hybrid rebuild. I personally don't believe that can be done, and then we keep our sanity. Because that seems to be what you guys have done in the past. And I think you guys are all losing your sanity at this point.
What makes you say that? What, is it something I said?
Yeah, is it something I said? Is it something I did, Kayla?
My eye twitching right now?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Matt George getting ready to destroy his house after DeAndre Hunter went out for season.
Exactly.
I was upset.
And I get it. And that's why, I'm looking at really, it could be painful for a minute, but what is the best option for a new GM who wants to put their footprint on the organization and do it the way they want to do it, which is hopefully the successful way. And that seems more logical to me. While it might be the longer term, being more patient to not see winning basketball, it might be more of the logical way of really completely saying, this is a rebuild and we're going to build it from, fresh faces. And I know you can't always hit. I know that's another thing you guys are waiting on. Do we actually hit in the draft? Like, that's been an issue here too. But you kind of got to pick one or the other. And so I'm putting my faith in Scott Perry being new and with his background of going in that direction.
And Kyle, you went option A specifically because of the part of this hypothetical scenario, and I'm trying to be as generic as possible because I don't want to get so uber specific that it backs anybody into a corner or emphasizes one decision over another. But the part of the scenario A that you really liked is it's Darren Peterson, it's AJ DeBonsa, it's your star that's leading you to the playoffs. You're getting there because of them and how they've immediately fit with Sabonis and Keegan.
Yeah, if hypothetical top draft pick is the number one scoring option on a team that gets, forget the play. Let's just say a team that improves 15 to 20 wins from where they are this year with Sabonis, with Keegan, everything else. Like, if your top pick is the number one option on a team that makes that kind of improvement, I will take that and figure out the rest later type of situation. I mean, that is the way that desolate franchises get out of purgatory in the NBA. Like how the Timberwolves were in just as bad of a place as the Kings are in now, and then they got Anthony Edwards, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, hey, now we have something. Now people kind of want to come to Minnesota. Now we can trade all our draft picks for Rudy Gobert and go on a couple runs to the conference finals. Like, my thought about A is, like, if you get me that rookie of the year guy who's a number one option on a team that even wins 30 games, I'm taking that and we'll figure out the rest later.
In a weird way, both of you can kind of get what you want in scenario B.
Sure.
And this is why I think, by the way, the poll, 907 votes on social media from, I'm not going to assume all of them are Kings fans, but enough to respond to the poll.
And a few Westbrook people.
Oh, well, then they probably put option A. But 907 votes, 68% of the vote was option B. People seem to just be, let's just commit to the full rebuild. Let's just try and do it right. Lose next season too. Don't try and take shortcuts. I understand that approach, period. There is a scenario, though, or there's a potential for option B being you turn Domantas Sabonis into more draft picks or whatever. Who knows what those draft picks end up being? We're not going to forecast that. But more draft picks is more assets, and that's a good thing for a rebuilding team. How Kyle just talked about your rookie in option A can shine through to some extent in option B. Obviously not the part where they've led you to a playoff, but I think what Kings fans are optimistic about is that next year the Sacramento Kings will be bad, but AJ DeBonsa will look like a star. Next year the Sacramento Kings will be bad, but Darren Peterson looks like the new face of the franchise that gives you hope. Going back to what was it Mark? Who called in earlier? I apologize that I'm forgetting your name. Evan, thank you. Thank you for remembering his name. Evan talked about giving you hope again.
Yeah.
That guy does that for you. And I'll add even another caveat to it. To me, the most ideal scenario for next season is whichever rookie you draft this year looks like your star, looks like the future of your franchise, hopefully fits with the pieces you have here, like a Neek or a Keegan or a Max or a Dylan or whoever. And you also are playing the brand of basketball. You see the vision. You see the identity taking form. It's not fully developed. It's not close. But it's there.
Yeah.
That all can happen in option B versus option A. Maybe you're ahead of schedule and we're seeing that produce results in real time, and that's awesome. But based on what we know about the ownership of the Sacramento Kings and their eagerness to take something good and try to meddle it into being great, if Kings fans are hesitant of don't skip rungs up the ladder, don't trick yourself into thinking you're ahead of schedule when you're not, I don't blame Kings fans one bit for that. I feel that same way.
Can I go I just was thinking something when you were explaining this.
Yep.
All. So what happens if Doug, who has come in here and clearly stated what he wants out of his team, what he wants this team to look like defensively, what he wants to see from them in terms of setting the tone like a team like the Pistons in the future. Like, that's what his vision is. Mm-hmm. Like Biederman said, it's nowhere near that, or has been really this year. Mm. So if we are hanging on to, Doug and bringing him into next year, and these young guys this year have already learned kind of what he wants, the style he wants, whether or not we're seeing it, that's what they're learning or trying to learn right now.
Right.
And they're being told, like, this is how we want you to play. What happens next year if Doug goes into next season and they get this draft pick and they establish like what they're looking for and how they want to play in this Doug Christie system, and then it doesn't work out and boom, he's gone. Now these guys have kind of been learning like everything that Doug's wanted to do, the way that Doug's wanted to play. And then it's almost like I feel like we're going to see growth issues again.
Yes. My hope would be that Scott Perry would fire Doug because Doug agreed on how they wanted to play but could not effectively get the team there.
Okay.
And therefore, Perry would go out and find the head coach that once again agreed with the pillars and agreed with the vision but knew how to get them there. That is my hope.
Yes, I get what you're saying. Okay.
That is extremely optimistic.
Okay.
What you're talking about is why I made the argument for maybe you should move on from Doug Christie this summer, because even if time is on your side, you don't want to waste it. Mm-hmm. And in your scenario, the concern is you go through a whole season of, because Doug Christie's under contract, all right, Doug, here's another chance now with maybe a little more understandable roster or something that makes a little more sense. Now here's your chance to do it. Okay, Doug Christie's going to, this identity, this is how we're going to play. This is 94 feet, whatever, blah, 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 blah. And halfway through the season, it's going poorly. He's fired. There's an interim head coach for the rest of the season. Hey, Bobby Jackson, you're taking over for the rest of the year. I don't know. Just putting Bobby in there.
Or Woody or whatever. Yeah.
Or Woody or whoever. Yeah, Mike Woodson, whoever.
Right.
Like, you're taking over, blah, 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 blah. You get through the season, then you go through a whole coaching search. You bring in a new head coach, and now it's what the hell was last season for, because there's this head coach has a different idea. And that is something that Sacramento did far too often during the playoff drought. They kept cycling through coaches, and young players struggled to develop because every other year they were having to develop something new from the head coach that brought that something new in.
Exactly.
That is absolutely a concern too, which is why you almost want to, the way Chris Biederman laid out, maybe you trade Keegan so you can get two rookies on this for another first-round pick, so you can get two rookies on the same page that can develop together. It's almost the same idea. Maybe you bring in the coach that you feel is the right guy for the job to pair with that rookie or two, and they can all develop together so that they can turn into what J.B. Bickerstaff and the Detroit Pistons have turned into.
You need cohesion somewhere.
Yes.
That was my point, too, of when we had the Doug Christie conversation, is like, it's fine if you think that's Doug, but rip up this current contract and give him a 4-year runway to grow with these players. And personally, because of the circumstances with which he was hired and the job he's done this year, I think they'd be better off just going through like a 10 to 15 person coaching search and sit down and talk to these people so that Scott and whoever Scott hires are kind of on the same page about how these young guys are going to develop.
In principle, I agree that kind of commitment to Doug and showing that unity would send a good message to the young players that are here that Doug is our guy, so you better listen to him because he's going to be here for the long term. In principle, I agree with that. I think that would be insane for Scott Perry to do this summer based off of how this year has gone.
Right.
Because while there is not nearly enough to where I can say this is Doug Christie's fault, there's also not nearly enough for me to go, Doug Christie is the right head coach for this team going forward. There's not even close to enough there. So to me, giving Doug that contract extension like you suggested, even if it shows unity, it's based in pure blind faith.
Yeah.
And it's okay for the fans to have blind faith in the organization and trust the decision makers to make the right decisions. But for Scott Perry, who's been in the league for as long as he has, to put that kind of blind faith in Doug Christie, again, I would question if that's coming from Scott Perry or not.
Right.
If you catch my drift.
Yes. Yeah, and sorry I derailed this a little bit.
No, it's fine.
When you were talking, you're talking about possibly bringing in, just in the next 2 years, 2 young players who could be, but we're kind of already, these young players now have already learned something, and then if they learn that, and then Doug's, it does bring up that question of at what point do you just have to start at a reset?
What's funny is I would argue that option A is better for Doug.
Yeah.
Option B is better for the Kings.
Right.
If Doug comes back and the Kings make the playoffs next year, led by A.J. Debonsa, Domantas Sabonis, and Keegan Murray, then Doug can go back to the Kings and go, look at this turnaround.
Yep.
And
maybe
I got this group on the right.
Maybe it is.
Right.
Now we're a point guard away or something like that.
Ding. Versus if option B happens, Doug could go, I'm developing this team. I'm doing what you told me to do. A.J. Debonsa's playing really, really well. But the Kings might then turn around and go, yeah, but we think there's someone out there that can do better. So you talked about having to pick a side between veterans. It just feels like we've got these 2 timelines consistently going, or these different branches that you're trying to weave together, but some don't fit each other.
It feels like option B in your scenario is going to make it such a way that Doug is not going to be able to definitively put forth a resume that says I deserve a second contract with the Sacramento Kings, because his record is not going to be good, because players are going to be in and out of the lineup, things of those sorts that are going to lead to them getting that top 8 pick, or there's just not going to be signs of development, at which point they'll move on from him anyways.
The best thing that can happen for Doug Christie is, again, let's assume, I keep saying A.J. Debonsa because that's who I want.
Yeah, that's
but
okay.
It could
Speaking
be anybody.
Into existence.
Yeah. If it's A.J. Debonsa and the Kings go through next season and it's option B, there's promise, there's development, but they're a bad team again. Which, again, most Kings fans, I think, prefer that route.
Right.
If A.J. Debonsa goes to Scott Perry and goes, but I want to play for Doug. If if the young guys go, but I want to play for Doug. And if there's anything that Doug has on his side, it's the fact that he is extremely well respected and very likable.
Absolutely. So
I'm not saying we throw out this year, and I'm not saying you disregard this year, but momentum is a funny thing. And I believe this organization can build a tremendous amount of momentum next season while also winning 25 games. Yeah. I firmly believe that. It depends on how they play, how hard they play, and how much that young player that you're going to bring in, or two if you trade Keegan, how much those young players look like, there's our Cade Cunningham.
Sure.
There's our SGA.
Right.
Of the potentially.
Potentially. And you know what's crazy is it's weird when you're looking at something as a GM and you're trying to see how your coach is doing with what they have. And obviously they don't have a lot. But what's been hard with this season for Doug to really measure it at all is most of the time teams start out extremely poor. And then gradually you'll see some momentum building, or you'll see more than one win streak happen, or you'll see a player X or Y just break out and it become. Doug's had none of that. They were a team that wasn't great from the start by any means, but they've gotten progressively worse. And part of that is just because they don't have many players left or starters left on the roster. But it's like when you're looking at teams as a GM and how your coach is doing and be able to do measurables, it is usually based on how are we seeing things progress down the line? And like you said, that could happen next season. They could start to see improvement as the team gels with their new star or whatever.
Yeah.
But is that false? Like, optimism? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to really know and to make a decision if you're Doug or Scott and know that's going to be the right decision at this point.
Again, all indication that we've gotten, and my gut tells me Doug Christie's going to be the head coach of the Sacramento Kings next year. I think there's more than enough in the tank. There's more than enough of an argument to go. This season was a disaster by so many means, and I don't know how much we can put that on Doug Christie, and I'm talking about from Scott Perry's perspective.
Yeah.
But what we talked about when we talked about this topic, was it last week or the week before, is if you have any inkling whatsoever that you feel like, in my gut, Doug's not the right guy, but I just have to pay off this contract, that's detrimental, and then just nip it at the bud now. But I just don't think that's where we're at. So I expect Doug to be the head coach next season. I see these comments all the time, too. Back-to-back comments from Rizzo and Gasha.
Yeah.
Rizzo says, keep Doug with the team in a different role, not coaching.
Right.
Gasha says, Doug needs to go back to assistant, but get a younger coach. Keep Doug, though.
He's not going to.
That would be terrible for so many reasons. It would be terrible for Doug, disrespectful to Doug in a way. Like, I know Alvin Gentry did it to a front office advisor role, but Alvin Gentry was at the end of a very long and prosperous NBA coaching career. Doug Christie's just getting started.
And I'm sure he'd want to coach again if he happens to leave here at some point.
If Doug's not your guy and I'm Doug, I'm going, if I'm not your guy, then get me out.
Exactly.
Like, then get rid of me and I'll move on and hopefully find a coaching staff somewhere else and I'll try again. But the other aspect that you bring in, and this is just natural. This is just natural. This is not accusing Doug Christie of anything. Look what happened between Mike Brown and Doug Christie and the picking aside and rifts in the locker room, rifts in the practice facility, because Mike and Doug were never, like
They don't see eye to eye.
Mike never wanted Doug on his coaching staff, just accepted it because it was asked of him.
Yeah.
And Mike probably had an inkling that Doug Christie's potentially here to take my job.
Yeah.
And Doug's just trying to learn and do the best that he can. And I'm sure Doug was not treated as well as Doug should have been treated during that saga either. Apply that to, hey, he was our head coach for a year and a half, but now he's going to be an assistant. We're going to go out and get, the text line is saying Tom Thibodeau because of the connection with the New York. Okay, so you go out and get Tom Thibodeau. Doug Christie, you're now going to be Tom Thibodeau's assistant. How are we not setting up the exact same thing? It's either all or nothing. If Doug's your head coach, commit to Doug as your head coach. If he's not, don't.
It's not happening. That's just the world of sports. Yeah. Like, in that type of scenario and a small staff like that especially, and that's embarrassing too. Like, if you get fired, right? It's embarrassing. Like, no one wants to go back and then work under somebody else when you just got fired from that job.
Also, nobody wants to get fired from their dream job.
Hey, you're not good enough for this, but we still like you, so we're going to demote you. You're going to make significantly less money than you're making now, and you're already not making a lot by head coach standards. Yeah, let's not intentionally cause a rift right away. And I'm not accusing Doug of being a cancer. I'm saying that's just natural.
That's just how it would be for anyone.
If I got demoted in my job, I would not like it.
Yeah.
And I would not feel very good about continuing to apply myself and give my all to the company that just demoted me.
Man, do you know how sad it would be, though, if they got Scott Perry and Tibbs while the Knicks got Mike Brown? Like, they just switched guys, like the Knicks, the old general manager of the Knicks and the old coach of the Knicks.
Gracious.
Meanwhile, the coach of the year from the Kings is now coaching the Knicks.
Oh, my goodness.
So for that reason, they cannot hire Tibbs, but same idea. Just do a big coaching search and see who comes up.
And again, I don't want Doug to get fired. I want this team to be on the track to not having to go backwards again. And I do feel like you bring in a new coach again, you are going to have to reteach or put your new plan in place when you're, and yes, that naturally puts you back a little bit. So for the sake of the organization, I don't want that to happen. I just don't know if it's realistic to say, like, Doug is definitely going to be here.
Yeah, Doug hasn't earned job security, but I don't see much likelihood at this time or benefit in just cutting ties and moving on. But I don't know what the right decision is. But whatever the right decision is, it's what Scott Perry has to make. Does that make sense? Like, I don't know what the right decision is, but Scott Perry's got to find it. And whatever decision Scott makes, if he commits to Doug next season, it better work. And work doesn't mean winning 50 games. Work just means Like, it's crazy to think the Kings could win 5 more games next season, but having a young star and the way that they play could make it feel like 50.
It's the way they're playing games or how they're in games.
Yes.
Right?
And how there's a semblance, there's a symmetry there. It's not just words. 94 feet is not a joke. It's an actuality, right? Yeah. Winning the fight is not a joke. They're actually doing it. That you can do that as early as next season. Doug can do that as long as he has the right players.
Yeah.
And as long as he gets them to commit to doing that. Boy, it's going to be an interesting summer for Scott Perry. He also has a decision to make about Domantas Sabonis. We haven't talked about Domas yet. We'll push that down to the 1 o'clock segment. We'll talk about Sacramento Kings overreactions and the argument for why the Kings shouldn't trade Domantas Sabonis, plus any arguments for why the Kings should keep any of the other veterans. Some of them are going to naturally be on this team because the Kings can't move off of them. We'll talk about that. But coming up next, the Raiders have their asking price out there for Max Crosby in a deal. It's hefty. And I think it's the right asking price. Plus, Kayla's 2-minute drill is on the way. We're switching to football here. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side, your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed, plus an extra $100 off all mattresses. And Saturday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Get ready, Sacramento. The Sacramento Boat Show and Big RV Show is taking over Cal Expo, March 5th through March 8th. It's 2 huge shows, 1 massive event. Don't miss it. Get details now at 2hugeshows.com.
You ever notice how the other guys scream about massive discounts on their Dodge, Chrysler, or Jeep Ram vehicles? Then you get to the fine print and boom, another $5,200 in mandatory ads. At Hoblet, we don't insult your intelligence. The price you see is the price you pay. No mystery add-ons, no bait and switch, no gotcha when you sit down to buy. Hoblet, family owned for 77 years. Transparency, straightforward pricing. Buy it right, buy it at Hoblet.
Card collectors know there's nothing as special as a rare one-of-one card. And now you can hear a very rare one-of-a-kind sports card show right here on Sactown Sports. Whitey Gleason here inviting you to join me and Mr. True Sports Cards himself, Emran Pilati, for the True Sports Card Show every Saturday morning at 10 on Sactown Sports. It's the only sports card radio show in the nation. For all your hobby needs, get to True Sports Cards, 6661 Stanford Ranch Road in Rockland. And for hobby, insight, and fun, join us for the True Sports Card Show Saturday mornings at 10 on Sactown Sports.
When the final buzzer sounds, the action keeps going with the Sactown Sports Live events calendar. March 15th, rock legends Jefferson Starship take the stage at Hard Rock Live Sacramento, bringing decades of classic hits and high-energy performance. Then, March 20th through the 22nd, Hot Wheels Monster Trucks Live storms into the Cal Expo grandstands with massive trucks, big air, and edge-of-your-seat thrills the whole family will love. April 18th, international comedy star Russell Peters delivers a night of sharp, non-stop laughs at Thunder Valley. On May 1st, the iconic James Taylor performs live at Tahoe Blue Event Center for an evening of timeless songs and unforgettable moments. Friday, June 12th, country star Keith Urban brings his electrifying live show to the Nugget Event Center in Reno. And on August 16th, Kane Brown takes over Ironstone Amphitheater in Murphys for a summer night packed with chart-topping country hits, concerts, comedy, and can't miss live entertainment. Find your next big event now on the Sactown Sports Live events calendar.
Right now at Elk Grove Honda, you can lease a 2025 Accord Hybrid Sports Sedan for only $39.99 down, including first payment due at lease inception, excluding tax and license. 35 monthly payments of $299 plus tax, license, and 0 security deposit on approved credit. Mileage in excess of $10,000 per year at 20 cents per mile. It really is the least you can do. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or on the web at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing, mechanical bulls, and food trucks. Make it a lucky night out of live country music and dancing for your crew. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Bar None Auction, Sky River Casino, and Trex Decking and Railing. More info at CITPFest.com.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Was it last week? They're all blending together. Was it this week or last? No, it was this week. Earlier this week that John Spytek talked about Max Crosby. Yeah, at the Combine, General Manager John Spytek, Raiders GM, essentially kind of committed to Max Crosby. More said he expects Max Crosby to still be a Raider. We speculated at the time, is that legit? Or is that I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing to make sure... Leveraging, yes. Building the value.
Trade talks around Max Crosby. Do you anticipate him being in a Raider uniform when the season starts?
I do, yes.
There you go. Mm-hmm. Is he just leveraging the situation? Is he trying to build value? Or... is he not? Does he really truly believe, has he felt a resolution has been reached and they want Max Crosby to be a Raider going forward? The correct answer is probably a mixture of both. I don't think the Raiders would mind at all if Max Crosby is still a Raider. And like we talked about earlier in the week, the whole disconnect between the Raiders and Max Crosby started from the Raiders not wanting him to play when they were trying to secure a top draft pick and Max Crosby wanted to play. So I don't believe all of a sudden Max will go, well, I'm not playing for the Raiders anymore. Trade me.
Right.
That doesn't make any sense. But I think that the Raiders want to create a bidding war.
Of course.
And now we know the Raiders want the Micah Parsons price tag. Mm-hmm. According to Pro Football Talk, the Raiders want 2 first-round picks and a player for Max Crosby, which is what the Cowboys got for Micah Parsons. Perfect sense to me. You want one of the top defensive ends in sports or in football? You want this game changer? Hey, Niners, you want him? Hey, insert team here. You want him? Give us what Dallas got for Micah Parsons. That should bare minimum be the asking price. It's the right approach for the Raiders, and I think they can afford to... They have more of a leg to stand on. I feel like this sounds crazy to say. The Raiders have more of a leg to stand on this situation than I feel that Jerry Jones and the Cowboys did. So I think this will work out in their favor. Either they'll get the offer that they want, or Max will return it to the Raiders and will continue to play hard like Max Crosby's always done.
Yeah, it's in a way, I know this sounds weird, but it's kind of a win-win for the Raiders, no matter how this goes down, because I do feel like, and I know they've made it clear, and their new head coach, Clint Kubiak has also made it clear that, like, man, we'd love to have a player like this. Like, Max exemplifies, like, kind of what the Raiders are, like what they need to be, like a hard-nosed, gritty type of team that, you know, plays a certain way, and he's done nothing but create that example for guys that have been there. It's just not worked out for him or them as a organization,
right,
for many reasons, not because of him.
Sure.
He's helped at least bring excitement. So if they keep him, they have that. Mm-hmm. But if they decide to get rid of him, and that's a bad term to say, but not just throw him away, but get rid of him and get a lot in return.
Cash in on the value.
Yeah, then that's great too, because right now his value is probably not going to be ever as high as it's going to be. Now, the Micah Parsons trade, just in a little bit of a difference here, Micah Parsons is 26. And Max is a couple years older at 28. Mm-hmm. Now, that might not make the biggest difference to you and I, but when you're looking for longevity with wherever he goes and the window, that does matter.
Yes.
So it has to be a team that the window maybe doesn't have as wide of an opening, but thinks they can get it done in the next couple of years when Max
49ers.
is still at his highest. I wouldn't deny that.
Yeah, you're already a perpetual playoff team. Now you just solidified a Super Bowl in theory by adding Max Crosby.
Right. But if you're in some 4-year window and you give up a whole bunch of picks to get Max, 2 first rounders?
2 first rounders
Yeah.
and a player.
And a player, then I think you're kind of kidding yourself because there is going to be a natural decrease in play once you hit that 30 mark, I feel like.
Do you think this is, putting it bluntly, do you think the Raiders will get this? Do you think somebody will do that for Max?
I actually do. I think unless some of the teams in the draft feel like they can go get – and look, there's some good edge rushers this year in the draft, but they're going to go quick. Like the top guys that could make a difference, they're going to go quick. And so if you are one of these teams, and there's plenty, we could maybe one of these days in the next week go through teams that would be actually benefiting from adding Max and giving up.
Yeah, Max Crosby's suitors.
Sure, but I do believe they could get that. I mean, somebody did it for Micah Parsons. And I do believe in a way Max can be a game changer like that.
Could you get that from the Rams? Because the Rams are also trying to catch the Seahawks and hold off the Niners.
Rams have 2 firsts this year.
2 firsts.
But they kind of already have their edge rushers, right? They've got Verse and what's his name? The other really good guy.
Yeah, I can't think of it off the top of my head either.
But yeah, they've kind of got a couple good. I mean, not Max Crosby good, but Verse and Crosby would probably be there too.
I do believe though, their weakness was defense last year. That's a fact. If they had just a little bit better of a defense, a little more consistent, I feel like they could have beat the Seahawks.
Yeah.
Just one more guy like Max that could have gotten to Sam Darnold and threw him into his ghost scene. Issues. I really do believe he could have been a game changer.
Sorry, Byron Young was the guy I was thinking
Byron
of.
Young. That is correct.
Did the Patriots defensively were really, really good.
Patriots
It's more the offense that was concerned.
want Max.
Yeah.
Vrabel has pretty much come out and said we would, and that fits Vrabel's type of player to a absolute T.
And Max has talked about Vrabes positively before too.
Yeah. I'm wondering, Kyle, did you have it up? Do you know what the Patriots have draft pick wise?
Well, they have 31 this year.
So we have 1 first rounder.
It could be 1 this year and 1 next year.
Yeah.
I also think what's probably going to happen is if you get 2 firsts, it's going to be the Raiders also have to throw in a 3rd or something like that. It's going to be probably a true first and then a pick swap of some kind, I would guess.
Well, you mentioned a player. They could give a player too.
Just a young player, I'd imagine, that has upside. No one that's going to be nearly... I wouldn't even expect someone with the potential of Max Crosby.
No.
Not a young player that maybe could be a Max Crosby level, but someone who's I feel like that's a solid starter for years to come.
Yeah,
first string guy.
Look, New England has their quarterback, right? That's one thing that's definitely positive for them. They need more playmakers, and Stephon Diggs is probably not coming back.
Yeah.
They need more younger playmakers in terms of wideouts, but yeah, there's a possibility.
So the Patriots right now, they have Chason and Harold Landry as their pass rushers. Do you think you put one of them in the trade for Crosby?
Yeah, they could actually they could probably look, Landry is, I covered him with the Titans and he had some really good years there. He's decreased a little, but I think he still has value. I think that they could send him over to the Raiders in that. Yeah, actually I do.
It just makes me wonder, how much do the Raiders budge? How much are they willing to budge? And the one area that I think they'll be asked to budge the most that they might not want to is with the draft picks. 1 first is guaranteed.
Yeah.
But instead of 2 firsts, is it a first and a second?
High second.
Do you budge for that?
You could, because there's a lot of value in high second picks. Second round picks.
Damn near a first round pick at
exactly.
that point.
And you're getting them at second round prices.
Yep. I think they'll have to probably negotiate a little bit, the Raiders will. They might have to give up a little bit in terms of not getting exactly 2 first round picks, but I think that they might maybe take it for a high 2 and then an additional player or something like that.
My gut feeling is, and with the Raiders, of course, there's the natural pessimistic from a longtime Raiders fan like me.
Goodness, you need to go on a retreat, Matt, just to give you some love in your teams.
Nick Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, A's, you're my only hope right now. And the Sharks are coming back, thank God.
Yeah.
Celebrini.
Yeah.
The boy, the goat. Celebrini. My gut feeling is if the Raiders were to stick to this asking price and not get it right now and bring Max Crosby back next season. I'm not saying that it would blow up in their face in any kind of way. I don't think Max would be a problem.
No.
I just don't know if they're ever getting more value than they're ever going to get right now. So my gut says it would be better for the Raiders to slightly budge than to stick to this, not get what they want, and hope for it more down the line. I don't know if it's ever going to be better than it is right now.
And someone said it in the chat yesterday, our YouTube chat, which, by the way, you could always join along and go back and forth with us. But they said, and I thought it was perfectly said, he doesn't really fit their timeline right now. And that person, I think, is right, because he's going to waste his best remaining years for a team that's just trying to get there, and it's going to be a minute. And the Raiders got to know that too, right?
Yep.
I mean, he's not going to help them win a Super Bowl in the next 2 years. He's just not.
Well, the football talk ain't done. It's time for Kayla's 2-minute drill. All the biggest stories in football and around the football world happening today. Kayla's got it for you. Coming up next on Matt and Kayla, Sactown Sports.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hurry in and save big during Honda's President's Day sales event at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hurry in and save on our best selection of new Hondas. Each is priced to sell now. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop for great pricing on a giant selection of new CRVs, HRVs, Civics, and Accords with low finance and lease options. Plus, get an instant cash offer for your trade. Get to Folsom Lake Honda or go to FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Yo, Harvey, Zoe, group selfie.
Ooh, nice new iPhone 17, Drewski.
Let's do a triangle formation. I'm in front.
With a center stage front camera, everyone fits in the shot.
You got it at T-Mobile.
But switching takes forever.
Not anymore. Now you can switch to T-Mobile in just 15 minutes.
Focus, people. Nail your pose.
And you get a new iPhone 17 on them.
No way.
Yes way.
No way.
Yes way, guys. Switch to T-Mobile and get iPhone 17 on us. And right now, we'll pay off your old phone up to $800.
I'm grabbing my phone and switching to T-Mobile right now.
Get back, Harvey. We're taking a... Let's go again, y'all.
With 24 monthly bill credits, finance agreement, 256 gigabytes, $830, eligible trade-in, example iPhone 13 and new qualifying line, $60 plus per month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. For well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. $800 via virtual prepaid card. Card typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Check out in 15 minutes per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
High voltage live boxing action returns to the venue on March 7th as Uppercut Promotions presents Thunder Showdown 4. A stacked lineup for a night of great boxing. Scheduled fighters include Frank Espinosa, 2025, undefeated National Golden Glove middleweight champion from Sacramento. Plus, Julian Bridges from Concord, undefeated at 7-0. And local fighters Edgar Perez and Sergio Gonzalez, as well as Great Bay Area fighters Dante Kirkman, Kyle Lacanale. Thunder Showdown 4 coming March 7th to the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Tickets available at Ticketmaster. Fight card subject to change.
When a person is seriously injured, there's no substitute for the personal legal relationship offered by the local NorCal firm of Ashton and Price. From the first attorney meeting, every important decision is made with a direct consultation with, and I can't believe I have to say this, a real, live, experienced, flesh and blood local attorney. It's called Home Court Advantage for a reason. Ashton and Price, serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries with no fee until we win. For the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton and Price.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
How far do you hit your 7-iron? The answers will tell you which tees to play, according to Josh Sens in Golf Magazine. Deep down, you know you shouldn't be playing from the tips, but it's common for golfers to play from too far back. Aside from higher scores, rounds become a grind and golf becomes much less fun. After several years of research, the USGA unveiled a new data-driven offering to find the proper tees called Best Tees. If you know how far you hit your 7-iron, Best Tees will tell you which tee boxes to play. A typical male golfer should be playing from 6,100 yards and a typical female golfer from 4,400 yards. Most players have a good idea of their 7-iron distance, with average males' distance of 138 yards and average females of 100 yards. Throw out the occasional perfect shot, which travels more than those distances, and concentrate on your average. This will allow you to reach the vicinity of most greens in regulation and let you hit a variety of clubs on approach shots. Leave your ego at home and give it a chance. You'll have more fun. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
We'll get back to the Kings talk at the top of the 1 o'clock hour, where we'll go through Sacramento Kings over-exaggerations. 5 different topics that the one and only Kyle Ledbetter has thrown together that we will discuss whether or not they are overreactions or not, based off the Kings, where they're at right now, the rest of this season, and beyond. We'll also talk about the arguments for why the Sacramento Kings should keep Domantas Sabonis next season. That's coming up at 1 o'clock for more Kings talk. But right now, football season never ends. Football season never sleeps. There's no games being played right now, but the Combine is going on, and that means there are plenty of stories around the NFL, which means it's time for Kayla's 2-minute drill.
That's right. It is time for the 2-minute drill. Yeah, everything kind of gets done at the Combine, whether it's you'll see it in the future or it happens right then. There's a lot that goes on down there, or up there, I should say. So let's start with this, though. Bye-bye Bear.
Bye-bye Bear.
We're talking about the Chicago Bears linebacker Tremaine Edmonds. He seems to be on the trading block for the Chicago Bears. He's 27. He's going to be entering his final season of his 4-year, $72 million contract. If he doesn't find a trade partner, he could become a cap casualty, which is nothing a team wants to have.
Right.
Look, he was okay, though, this last year. He led the Bears with 112 tackles. He had 9 passes defended, 4 INTs, a sack, a fumble recovery. There's probably someone who needs a linebacker out there that's, pretty decent, but it doesn't look like the Bears are wanting to keep him because they've got other things they need to do in terms of their pay.
But what's the asking price for that, though? Because Chicago is obviously in a position to where they're trying to build upon the momentum of last year. They're trying to get better. They're not interested in being sellers.
Yep.
So is it, can I try and get another pick in this draft that I hopefully nail with a young player that's cheaper but fits the win now window and plugs a hole? Is that the best case scenario?
Yeah, I think that's what you're looking for in this case. Like, it's really rare, and I'll create some news here about a true pick swap in a minute. I don't see something like that happening. He was going to create can create a $15 million cap casualty. Like, that's the amount of money. I think you could get a draft pick. It's not going to be super high, but it could be valuable to a team that just wants to accumulate as many picks as they can to keep building. So, yes, so bye-bye Bear. We'll see where he ends up, if he ends up anywhere. This one's crazy, guys. At the NFL Combine this week, they're starting actual work today on the field, but Armgate is in effect. Armgate. Okay, so Miami defensive end Reuben Bain Jr., who is expected to be a top 10 pick, said yesterday when asked about his arm length that really no teams have mentioned it. Well, it's getting even more crazy today because it's been measured in terms of his arm.
His wingspan.
It measures at his arms, his actual arms. Yes.
Like circumference?
Like the length of his arms, right?
Okay.
So they measure at 30 7/8 inches. It's the third shortest of any defensive end in the NFL Combine. So what's crazy about this, guys, is I'm going to give you an example. Myles Garrett is the top-ranked arm length guy with 35 1 inch. Okay? You've got Brian Burns up there, Aiden Hutchinson. None of them are below 30 inches.
Okay.
Not even close. So this, I'm talking, this is short arm. This is a guy who, again, is a defensive end. Got to push around people. There's a lot of guys on the offensive line that have gotten crushed for having short arms in the past, and teams will actually pass on them. This is going to be interesting. I'm truly interested to see if teams pass on him because of this.
See, this is the kind of stuff that we had a conversation earlier about the importance of the 40-yard dash.
Right.
I was like, I think the 40-yard dash truly understandably translates to football.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying the short arm thing doesn't play a factor necessarily, but what are we doing here? Like, your arms are too short, so I'm not drafting you. Never mind your body of work. Never mind how talented you are. If your arms were an inch longer, you'd be my pick. But you got short little T-Rex arms, stubby, so you can't play here. Like, what are we doing here?
Now all I can do is I just keep envisioning him like Peter Griffin, the meme of Peter Griffin with the tiny arms.
Don't go online then, because they're all over the place.
What, the Peter Griffin tiny arm
No,
meme?
the actual, like, him, they're pasting his head on. I feel bad for him.
So-
they're pasting his head on, like, somebody with short arms. Like, it's just awful.
So this is just professional body shaming? Is that what's happening
I mean,
here?
that's what the combine is. They're out there in their tight shorts and
So this is the
getting
new
measurables.
This is the new Kenny Pickett has small hands
Yes,
thing.
that's exactly it. But look at, like, I'm not gonna lie. What's happened with Ken? Like, there's been questions since
Well, that's
then.
because Kenny Pickett wasn't good in the first place.
Yeah.
But he did have small hands, and that was all anyone talked about.
I'm not all the way out on this, guys, though. I've seen it happen with players. I've seen, like, one of the cornerbacks the Titans drafted, shorter arms. There'd be passes that would just fly over. He couldn't, like, there are some things you have to take into account.
Yeah, but the other thing I always remember is, like, Aaron Donald fell to 13 because people were like, someone that small can't possibly be a defensive tackle.
Let me just make sure I can see that, because Aaron Darnold, is he on here?
Aaron Donald on the list of short arms?
Like, the shortest I'll get that you're like, he's still affecting is 33 and 7 inches. That's Will Anderson. Will's a beast. Will's an absolute beast for the Texans. This guy, again, 30 and 7/8 inch arms.
So, sorry, those are the smallest arms you're saying? Or Will Anderson's just big
That's his arms. This Bain guy's arms inches.
So, I'm sorry,
wise.
are you saying Will Anderson has short arms?
He had 33 and 7 inches. It's a lot shorter than all the other guys. That's probably 9th on that list out of 10.
Huh.
This guy has the 3rd shortest arms in D-end history in terms of the combine.
I'm rooting for him more now.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying. It's Armgate. What I told you it'd be Armgate.
T-Rex.
All right, next topic. Put it on replay. So this week, again at the Combine, Troy Vincent, he's the NFL Executive VP of Operations. He says that out of 171 replay or revision replays, whatever you want to call it, decisions in 2025, the NFL wanted 5 of those back, okay? They were like, we messed up.
Yep.
We want 5 of them back. The problem is 4 out of 5 took place in the 1 p.m. Eastern time of games. Unfortunately, that's not great because they're pretty much saying we don't have the people to work those games to get it right. So now Sean Payton and Mike Vrabel of the committee, the competition committee, they're mad. They're like, we need to make sure that everybody in whatever games you're playing time-wise are getting a fair decision-making job by replay.
Yeah, can they afford to hire more people? Do they have that in the budget?
It's the NFL. Get it right, Roger Goodell.
They don't have a lot of money, do they?
I thought they were the poorest league in the country.
This sounds so much like Sactown Sports, where it's like, we need more part-timers willing to work only from 9 to 1 on Sundays.
Listen, the NFL's going to have a boom in internships, let me tell you.
I know, baby. You know. That
Some
big
24-year-old who just graduated from Ohio State going to work at the NFL replay.
I mean, but honestly, you guys, 4 out of 5 happened in the 1 p.m. Eastern time slot where most teams play. It's like you got to get more people on those games then to do replays.
Honestly, that's funny that it's like the NFL's cutting corners on that.
West Coast, best coast.
Exactly, right? That's what I said.
Play on the West Coast, you get the replays.
Yeah, you get the replays. You don't even have to worry about it.
Sucks to suck, East Coast.
You know where you're never going to need where you're never going to need more replay officials? Raiders at 125 against a garbage NFC South
Honestly,
team.
we could do with less reviews.
I agree. I don't even want to see all of them, but I get where Sean Payton and Mike Vrabel are coming from.
There's no logical explanation. You didn't have enough bodies?
No.
You couldn't afford it?
They're like, what the heck?
Pay me $2. I'll tell you if it was the right call or not.
Got to send people home after the 1 o'clock games end. Be like, all right, your half shift is over for the day.
Yep.
Well, I got
Can't have you work more than 4 hours, then we get into overtime.
They got to figure that out. I got one more for you.
Oh, boy.
AR not loaded. That is right. Anthony Richardson is completely on an island of misfits. I guess that the Colts have actually told him they approve him seeking a trade.
Uh-huh.
So where is Anthony Richardson going to go? Which, by the way, got his job because of his measurables and his athleticism that he showed at the Combine. That's the only reason the Colts took him in the first round. I don't know what team's going to take him, but guess what? In the NFL, baby, you always get a second chance or a third chance or a fourth chance because they want to fix you.
Can you play point guard?
Boom!
Island of Misfit Toys.
Let's go! Hey, switching positions, AR.
Hey.
Come on over to the Sacramento Kings.
AR, you can light the beam,
Dude,
brother.
he could do the dunk contest and bring the house down.
And win $1 million from Matt Ishba.
Hey.
Love it. What a
Ishbia,
plan,
not
Matt.
Ishba.
50.6% completion percentage as a quarterback, really bad. 50.6% shooting percentage in the NBA.
Really good.
Yeah, for a point guard. By the way, 6'4".
Let's go.
Now, see, larger guard.
I love it.
Fits Scott Perry's mold a little bit more.
I think you found a perfect
I
solution.
actually really like this. I really like this idea. I think someone needs to get a hold of his agent and let him know he needs to switch sports.
By the way, just like Darren Peterson, he also checks himself out of games.
Boom. Yes, he does. By the way, we are going to follow Armgate now. Bane will now be.
I don't want to hear any more
we
about
will
Armgate.
follow. I want him to succeed, but we are going to have to follow how he does at the next level.
There is someone that's going to call him Little Arms while he's playing in his
Oh,
first
you know
NFL
it.
season, and it's bullying, and I don't like it.
You know it. We're rooting for you.
And he's going to be on the Browns, which is extra awful.
Oh.
I hope not.
By the way, Richardson is 100% like if the Raiders didn't have the number 1 overall pick and got Fernando Mendoza,
they would go get him.
I
he
can
would
fix him.
1,000% be the starting quarterback of the Raiders.
Well, who's their
season.
backup? I mean, no one's going to give Richardson a starting job, but a backup? I mean, he's better than Aiden O'Connell, right?
I don't think so.
Sucks.
What do you mean? He's the 4th pick in the draft.
Anthony Richardson is not better than anyone right now because he can't stay
By
on
the way,
field.
Anthony Richardson also ruined this for everyone else because they never picked another Anthony Richardson. Him and Trey Lance ruined it for everyone else because they never picked this quarterback again at the top of the
Well,
draft.
they shouldn't.
Fernando. Save the day for us in Las Vegas. We will take the break. When we come back to Kings talk. Some Sacramento Kings over-exaggerations. Plus, why shouldn't the Kings try to trade Domantas Sabonis? Why should they keep him around next season? We'll discuss the final hour of Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports starts next.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have you tried my Colombian tamales?
Yes, but the Mexican tamales I brought are way better.
Colombian tamales wrapped in plantain leaves are unmatched, you know.
But the Mexican tamales wrapped in corn husks are the authentic ones.
At least we can agree that they taste better with Pepsi.
Without a doubt, tamales deserve Pepsi. No matter what tamales you love, enter for a chance to win a year's worth of groceries. Powered by Pepsi. No purchase necessary. U.S. residents 18 or over. Ends April 5th, 2026. Rules at pepsipromo.com/free groceries. Pepsi is a registered trademark of Pepsi Going.
Spring is here, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings, plus get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Get in the zone.
Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Ends March 9. Restrictions apply.
A's fans, the 2026 season is coming fast, and single game tickets are on sale now. Be there for an exciting season packed with theme days, giveaways, and firework nights, including bobbleheads, jerseys, hats, and much more. And getting in is easier than ever. Tickets start at just $8 for select April and May games. From opening day to unforgettable summer nights, there's something for everyone at the ballpark. Get your tickets today at athletics.com/tickets and be part of the excitement this 2026 season.
KHD KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports 1140. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
If you have short arms,
I'm teaching you all the things in the break.
I value you, okay? Don't let people bully you for having short arms and potentially
It's because you don't have that problem.
No.
And neither do I.
But these suckers get in the way. It's like pool noodles.
But
I just
would you
bang them on
rather-
things. Look,
like-
I just knocked something
But if
down.
you're playing sports, would you rather have this or would you rather have this?
I don't play sports.
Well, that's a great point.
Well, we should cut that as a sound.
But I can get stuff on top of cabinets.
Exactly. See? It benefits you.
It sucks to suck. You can't get the soup.
You know why I loved it, guys? Is because when I was doing, all the media for news, like Sports Talk News.
Sports Talk News. Yeah, Sports Talk News.
Sports in the news business. I could always just bring when I had my little handheld camera, I could always just bring it above the whole
the selfie
scrum.
angle? Oh, that.
The whole scrum in the locker room, and I just hold my big old arms up and just focus down, and I was good to go. I didn't have to be right up front if I didn't need to be.
I tell you what, like that, because I would use that for microphones, holding microphones during
that
scrums.
too.
And on a day like media day, when it's just one after the other
Yes.
after the other, by the end of the day, my arm is begging for death.
Your arm is falling off, and
It's
you
like,
built some muscle in it.
Help me.
Yeah.
Help me.
But it benefited us, did it not?
Well, now I'm just envisioning Ruben Bain like trying to grab cereal on the top shelf, and he's just like,
Ruben Bain is going to have such a successful NFL career where he'll pay people to do that for him. So go
exactly.
Ruben. I'm Team
Right.
Ruben.
Right. No,
Short arm king.
I hope that he has success, and I hope that this does not deter teams if they really think he's the athlete that he is.
imagine losing $800,000 because your arms are short.
Don't say that that's not a thing, because it's a thing.
No, it definitely is a thing.
You know what that is to me? That's an
It's
overreaction.
That's right.
It's
Great
bullying,
segue.
and it's an overreaction.
Great
segue, Matt. Thank you. I'm getting good kinda at this job.
You are.
Yesterday was not good. Today is better.
We have those days.
Oh, that one segment is going to haunt you.
Oh, I may or may
Wait,
not
I
have.
forget that
I
segment.
forgot to tell Kyle about the sound, and then I sent him the wrong sound while on the air that consisted of a massive F-bomb from Zach Lowe.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah, that one I
Nightmare.
can tell haunts you. Because
Nightmare
people don't, Matt's a little bit of a perfectionist.
Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Kinda.
Sure.
And so,
Which is funny because I'm not even close to perfect in anything that I do.
yeah, but
We gotta try.
but you still want to be. And it eats at you and makes you unhappy if you're not sometimes. But I say that to say I could tell leaving the show when he's like, sorry about that segment 2.5 hours later. I'm like, that one's going to stick with you.
Well, I mean, there was quite literally a problem with the FCC because of that segment. Also, story time. I got in big trouble when I worked here as a
Oh, wait,
board
you
op.
get to share your story and I don't get to share mine today? I'm going to share mine tomorrow.
You have a CC Sabathia
You share
story.
yours today. I'll share mine tomorrow.
But this one's more topical. CC,
Oh,
I want to
okay.
know the CC Sabathia story. That Kayla just randomly texts us. Remind me to tell the CC Sabathia story. I'm
It's
like,
because he's going in the Hall of...
Kayla, you got the segues down. You could be like, oh, yeah, by the way, speaking of arms, let me tell you about one of the great arms in the history of the sport.
yeah, see, that's not too bad.
You tell yours, I'll do mine tomorrow.
So-
I'll wait.
Grand segue, Kayla.
Years ago, like when I was young in this industry, like board op, just getting started.
Like 20?
I was probably 21,
Yeah.
22.
Back when Christopher Laud taught you the board.
Yes.
Right.
And I was convinced Chris didn't like me. I don't think he still...
He
I
probably
still,
didn't at the time.
Well, I got news for you, Matt.
Thanks.
Well, he invited you to lunch, right?
He invited Kayla, and I'm just by proxy.
No.
But
he's also doing it to get back at Dave.
True.
Yes,
Very true.
It's not pure intentions either.
Yeah, the motivations are not there. But I was working on the midday show at the time, and they had Bobby Jackson on.
Okay.
So I like what people don't understand. What Kyle does is a tremendous amount of multitasking.
Yes.
Like tremendous amount. And I am trying to cut a segment of Bobby Jackson, something Bobby Jackson said, while Bobby is still on the air. So I'm listening to Double Bobby. Well, I'm focusing
Double
on
B's. Sorry, I didn't even know I was saying that.
Yes. I'm focusing on Bobby on my computer and not listening to actual Bobby. And Bobby drops an S-bomb on the air. And at the time, I guess our host didn't know where the dump button was and couldn't get my attention. So it made the air. Oh, I got written up.
Oh, my gosh, Matt.
Let me tell you, I got written up. FCC not happy with me.
No.
So no more listening to Double Bobby. So I still get flash. Anytime I hear Bobby Jackson on the air, I'm like, and I love Bobby.
Flashbacks.
I've told Bobby this story, and he just laughs. He's like,
Of course he does.
He didn't care.
No.
He didn't have to do it.
No.
No, your trauma is something that he doesn't even remember 20 seconds after it happened.
Of course not. I'd be traumatized by that, too.
Yeah, I'm spooked.
I would.
I'm spooked. So when Zach Lowe rudely drops an F-bomb on these airwaves because he should have known that's what this was for, definitely not his podcast,
Definitely not.
I get PTSD.
It's not even his podcast. It's just a clip you saw on the internet.
But at least Kyle did his job, and he
did hit the dump button.
Dumped it.
Well, here's the thing, Kayla. I'm no 21-year-old
big
Matt
dumper.
George just starting out in radio at this point. I've spent many, many years and also have my own Matt George horror stories of being behind the
Is that a
board
golf
and
clap?
bad things happen.
He's giving you a golf clap.
Sad Matt.
I'm already past my moments like that. I have my stories. I'm not going to share them on the air because that's boring.
I
but
still have nightmares about dead air and going off the air. And like, I have a reoccurring dream of like, I'm sitting in the back of the control room and I'm just out of arm's length of the board, but I'm being held down by like ropes.
Good thing you had the length.
No, if I had short arms, I'd be screwed.
If you were Ruben Bain, I mean, your nightmares would have never ended. I'm actually really proud of myself because I don't get those nightmares anymore. I had them for like the first 2.5 years I was working here, and I don't get them anymore.
Let me tell you, they never go away from me.
No.
They're always there. Dead air, I like, oh, no, please.
I still have academic nightmares from college.
I
have these all the time. All the time.
I
Am I passing? Did I get all my classes?
That part.
That's weird. I think we're the same person.
I have nightmares of showing up to a class at the end of a semester and I hadn't attended it all year.
Same! I get that same
and I
freaking
have
nightmare!
And I have an F.
Oh my God, Matt, I had this the other night.
Oh, geez.
It's not.
The same nightmare.
What did your husband, Aaron Gordon, say in that dream?
Listen, I can have dreams
gave
where
me a
I'm being
pass.
hunted by Freddy Krueger and I'm fine. You put me in a classroom where I didn't do a test. Also, I have a theater background
so
too.
Weird.
I have nightmares where it's opening night for a play and I don't know any of the lines and I'm the lead. Let me tell you, waking up in a sweat.
Yeah.
An absolute sweat.
That's bizarre.
Anyway.
Well, did we over-exaggerate? Yes.
Thanks, Bobby Jackson.
Yeah, you guys never failed a class, right?
Shout out Bobby Jackson for, well,
No,
in high school.
I didn't.
In high school, I did.
Fail
Shout out Bobby Jackson for getting me written up by the FCC way back in the day. Probably an overreaction by the management at the time. I didn't deserve it.
I don't know. Those are hefty fines.
Well,
it's a learning thing.
Ain't my money.
Right?
Ain't my money. They were paying me nothing at the time anyway. So nothing's changed. Anyway,
Well, now they don't blame the board ops as much.
That part's good. Well,
because of you, Matt, you walked Matt so that I could run, and they don't blame me as much when things go wrong. But back when Matt George was back behind the board, let me tell you.
I don't know if I even walked. I probably crawled. More of a roll.
Okay, sorry. You crawled so J. Mars could walk so I could run.
Oh, J. Mars was 10 times the professional I was, let me tell you. It is time for Sacramento Kings over-exaggerations. Here's the thing. With Kyle, not only does he run all those things, I can just text him in the morning and go, hey, Kyle, come up with 5 Kings over-exaggerations because I'm lazy. And so he did it. Shout out to Kyle. What are our 5 Sacramento Kings overreactions? And we'll determine whether or not they are overreactions or not.
All right. Well, you kind of pitched this one earlier, and we talked about it a bit. But how about, is Keegan Murray now officially getting the designation going forward as being injury prone?
This is a complete overreaction to me. A complete overreaction. Keegan has not only been consistently available throughout his entire career. There are literally statistics, numbers that track the amount of distance he traveled or he's traveled, not like flights from country to country, but just time on the court. The dude has amongst the top workloads in the NBA, period. We know what he takes on defensively. Offensively, we know we'd like the shot to be better. There is thoughts that how much is that impacting? Maybe his legs aren't behind his shot. That's why the shot's there. It's not excuses. It's just realities of situations. Keegan is not an injury-prone player. This has been a nightmare season for him where a bunch of injuries have jumped up out of nowhere in a season where the entire Kings team is riddled with injuries. It's not just been Keegan, it's been this entire team. Check the electrical substation.
I was just going to say, gosh, there's something to this.
It is absolutely an overreaction that Keegan Murray is an injury-prone player. He is not.
Yeah, I think it's an overreaction too. And again, I am one who does kind of trace injuries and injury history, and there are certain players that red flags go up. He is not one of those players. And Chris Biederman, who joined the show earlier, had also mentioned, like, this isn't something that has been an issue in the past with him, including going all the way back to college. This is an unlucky season. And unfortunately, Kings fans, not only an unlucky season for your team, but unlucky season for him specifically, which has got to be a bummer. And I get it. Like, that's the first thing you maybe think of because it's just been one injury after another this year. But I do think that's why I say I got to give Keegan more time and a full season here moving forward to A, stay healthy, but B, see if we can, again, get a little bit more out of him on the offensive side.
Are we ready for over-exaggeration 2?
Number 2.
All right, number 2. We're currently, 13-47 on the season. Is it an over-exaggeration to say the Kings will break the franchise record for the worst record of all time?
So that means less than 4 wins over these final 22 games.
So they would have to go 3-19 or worse the last 22 games with the second easiest schedule.
It's definitely possible. Boy, it would almost be impressive if they were able to do it because they play New Orleans twice. Both of those games in Sacramento, by the way. And New Orleans is, well, to be fair, the Pelicans are not good.
Not bad.
But they're not trying to lose.
By the way, there's a ton of games in March at home.
Yes, Chicago, a ton of games at home. You still have Chicago at home. You still have Utah at home, although who knows what version of Utah is going to show up. It depends on how angry the league gets, I guess.
They're getting third-party consultation on Lauri Markkanen to make sure they're not tanking his injury.
You still have Brooklyn twice.
I mean, Jordy beat him last year here.
I want to believe. Well, I don't want to believe because it's not fun. It would be fitting. It would be appropriate this season that the Kings don't break the 17 wins and they have their worst season ever. It would be truthfully appropriate. I think it is an over-exaggeration, though. Like, not winning 4 more games out of these final 22 is pretty crazy. But then again, they just went on a 15, 16 game losing streak. So anything's possible, I guess.
As much as I want to say it's an over-exaggeration, I don't think it is. And I only say that because, I don't want anything else to happen to any player on this team. But the way that it's been going, like, there could be another injury of some sort, right? are a lot of young players or two-way players that are playing right now that just, quite frankly, are way below the talent level of any team you're playing, even the bad teams you're playing the rest of the season. I know they're back at home and they play better at home, but if anything, I think those are just going to be close games. Maybe they eke out 1 or 2 wins in that month of March. But then what have they proven on the road except for one game recently? I mean, they were losing on the road since December 6th. I don't see any more road games being winnable. I think they could break that.
I don't think they'll win another game on the road, truth be told. I genuinely don't think they will, unless maybe they get like one of the back-to-back games in Golden State. They do play Charlotte on the road, although Charlotte's playing better. Orlando, Atlanta, Brooklyn, Toronto, maybe the Brooklyn game. Yeah, I don't think they're winning again on the road. I think it's very possible. Let's put it that way. I think it's very possible that they don't beat that 17-game mark. They might tie it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be dissatisfying?
I know.
It would be.
Either be better or worse, damn it. Don't be the same.
No, it would be most dissatisfying if you get to 17 and that's not the worst record in the NBA.
That's a good point.
You neither get the top odds or the worst record in franchise history.
I don't think.
Leave it to them to do that.
I would be stunned at this point. I feel very confident that the Kings will stay exactly where they are in the Tankathon standings. I think they're going to be.
Yeah.
I don't think any team's catching them.
I don't
I think
either.
they're more than bad enough to secure it.
Basketball Reference does a playoff probability index. I wish they had a bottom of the draft probability index, like where your spot is supposed to be.
Ouch.
Because right now it would be like, do the Kings have a 73% chance at the top pick?
Right.
Or,
no, I think they have
top
like
odds?
a 90% chance.
It's pretty high, whatever it is.
I don't know. 2 games against Brooklyn, though. Brooklyn's you got to lose those Brooklyn games.
How far is Brooklyn in terms of?
So Brooklyn is 3.5 games back of Sacramento.
Got it.
They're 15-42. The Kings are 13-47.
But Brooklyn's played 3 less games than Sacramento.
The Sacramento of the East, huh?
Brooklyn's very much going to want to lose those games.
Well, guess who's coaching Brooklyn?
Jordy.
Yeah, it's like Brooklyn's also the youngest team in the league, so I don't know if Brooklyn is the Kings of the East necessarily.
That's the Bulls. We've already established it. That's the Bulls.
We're the Sacramento Bulls.
Yeah.
All right, over-exaggeration number 3.
All right, number 3 on our over-exaggerations. Malik Monk. We haven't talked about him very much recently. He hasn't started a game all season, but he should get some starts in the final 20-plus games.
Yeah, I think this is an over-exaggeration. I don't think there's any chance of this happening. The Sacramento Kings, I'm not fully believing the thing that I reported way back at the beginning of this show that the Kings are like committing to Malik going forward. I think the market had just dried up on him at the time. I think the Kings are more than likely going to revisit potentially trading him this summer if they can, if nothing else, just to move off of the money. If he stays, though, his role is pretty clearly at best coming off the bench in that sort of role. And even that, I don't think the Kings are all that confident in going forward. So, no, I don't think Malik Monk's going to be anywhere near this starting lineup. I think they would start Devin Carter, Killian Hayes, any of these other guys over him if those guys were available, if they had to, assuming, like tonight, Russell Westbrook is not playing.
Right, that's correct. So who do you think will be in?
I think tonight...
Malik's also questionable. I forgot about that.
Malik is questionable
Malik's questionable
tonight.
too. That's right.
I would imagine either... So Neek Clifford is going to start. In my opinion, Neek Clifford will start in favor in the spot of Keegan Murray.
Yep.
So I would guess either Killian Hayes starts or Devin Carter starts.
This is where we're at.
Yeah.
Oh, so Neek's going to start at the 4?
No, at the 3.
3.
I think because they've been
DeMar
playing,
4. Yeah.
No, they've been playing Keegan at the 3 because they've been starting Keegan next to Precious and Max.
Oh, got it. Okay, so you're.
They had Neek start the second half of last night's game in place of Keegan. I think they're going to continue to do that. The point guard position with Russ being out tonight, I think will probably be held down by. I think Devin Carter makes more sense because he's done it before.
But they're not going to do that.
Oh, I think they
you
potentially
think they're going to start
could.
him tonight?
They did it one time.
They have.
Is he still on the list for soreness?
He's not on the injury report.
Yeah, I don't think he's on the injury report.
Well, maybe then they will.
The only reason I hesitate about Killian Hayes is because he's barely been with the team and now to be hoisted into the starting point guard spot. But I don't know. Who the hell knows?
Yeah, your bet is as good as mine on that one. That'll be interesting to see the lineup. I'll go with over-exaggeration too. I think like we know what they know that Malik Monk's role is, and I know the other day it probably didn't help him either with some issues with ball handling, like in that game against Memphis, right? So I think in this situation, he's going to have the role like he always pretty much does, is coming off the bench, which is fine. That's what he thrives in the most. I love Malik Monk. He does give excitement at times through a really, really bleak season.
Yes.
So it is at least great to still have him on this team. But to come off in some starts, I don't think so.
Next overreaction.
All right, overreaction number 4. Despite all of the injuries this year, DeMar DeRozan has played in every game. So
That's not a
I
sarcastic
do not want to curse this guy. I'm dead serious.
Well, you don't have to, but we are going to ask the question at least. Will DeMar DeRozan, or I guess overreaction, DeMar DeRozan will play in all 82 games this season?
I think he will. I think it's a pride thing. It's something that's very important to him. And the reason why I'm not so worried about the jinx is specifically because, one, in the midst of all this injury issue riddled season, it has not affected DeMar yet. And I don't feel the need to knock on wood when I say that, because specifically DeMar has made a career out of being available, being healthy.
Yeah.
He takes phenomenal care of his body. He plays within himself. I'm very confident that DeMar will play all 82 games. I think that's important to him. And I always think, regardless of how I may feel about veterans and this and that and stuff and where the Kings are at, it is always admirable to have a player play and be available as much as DeMar is. It was that way for Harrison Barnes. It was that way for Buddy Hield. I think it's tremendous, and it is a testament to a 37-year-old future Hall of Famer that he's able to do this and take care of himself and still be as effective as he is. So I'm rooting for DeMar. I hope he gets that 82 game.
Yeah, I've spoke some things into existence on this show that I'm not proud of necessarily, just because I speak sometimes and some things have happened. So I don't want to jinx this guy, but I will say his pattern has shown that, he can overcome pretty much anything.
Yep.
And I freaking love it. Like, just being at that age and being able to keep your body like that, healthy like that, and to be consistent, not only with your play, but just being able to stay out on the court. There's no reason to tell me right now that he wouldn't be out there for all 82 games, like that he's not going to finish out the season. There's no, what proof is there for me to say that? So yeah. I think he will. I don't think it's an exaggeration.
Yeah, it's only the state of the team that would prevent it from happening. I mean, I guess unless he gets hurt, which again, hey, Kayla, we got to knock on that wood a couple times. But
I think he's given us no reason. He's never been injury prone. He does a really good job taking care of himself and keeping himself. I know freak accidents and injuries and things like that can happen, but there's no reason to believe it. Well, you can't operate through life scared that you're going to trip downstairs every time you step out the door or anything like that. So
unless you're me,
unless you're injury prone like Kayla or I.
By the way, just a random note that I've known for years and it's kind of crazy. DeMar DeRozan's played the most minutes of any NBA player in the last, go back however far, 8, 10, 12, 14, however many years.
He's perpetually available and he plays a lot. And he plays within himself. His game is what's the word I'm looking for? His game translates into being able to play a lot.
Again, why I don't understand why not one freaking team in the NBA, when they know injuries happen to plenty of players towards the playoff push, to not add him.
It's just the contract.
Maybe this summer.
Jeez.
Partially guaranteed deal. Maybe this summer you can get a taker. We'll see.
Yeah.
Gets waived, and if he's coming in at $10 million, I think a lot of teams would be interested in him.
Yeah.
But it's just the contract, and it's just the style of play thing.
Yep.
All right, last over exaggeration.
All right, our last one. One of the rookies, whether that's Neek, Dylan Cardwell, Maxime, pick your favorite. One of the rookies will be an opening night starter for the 2027 Sacramento Kings.
The only chance that we have of this, other than injuries, and we don't even want to talk about that because we've had enough this year, damn it. The only chance of this happening is if Domantas Sabonis is traded.
Yep.
And I do think the Kings are going to explore that. I would be very surprised if it does happen. If that's the case, then I would expect Maxime Reynaud to be the starting center for the Kings next season. So I will say this is an exaggeration or an over-exaggeration. It's not impossible, but I would say it's highly unlikely that this happens. Neek Clifford, I don't think really has much of a chance. No. Again, barring injury or maybe, hey, if the scenario that we've been talking about plays out to where, well, even then, even if they traded Keegan Murray for another draft pick, I'd imagine DeAndre Hunter would just step right into that spot. So I would say this is a overreaction. I don't think any of those young Kings are gonna start next season, at least on opening night.
I think, like, again, if we had something that had happened to Domas at this point where he had been traded away and there's not a, clear option right now next year, then Maxime would be that guy. But I don't see necessarily Domas being traded away in the offseason. So I'm going to say it's an over-exaggeration as well.
We will save our conversation about the argument for why the Kings shouldn't trade Domantas Sabonis, why they should keep him around next season. We will save that for tomorrow's show after whatever happens tonight versus the Kings, or between the Kings and the Dallas Mavericks. Coming up next, though, we will look at the spread of that game and go through the long, and I mean long injury report for both teams in tonight's game. This is going to be a tough watch. I'm just warning you all right now. You're listening to Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports.
Right now at Elk Grove Honda, you can lease a 2025 Accord hybrid sports sedan for only $39.99 down, including first payment due at lease inception, excluding tax and license. 35 monthly payments of $299 plus tax, license, and 0 security deposit on approved credit. Mileage in excess of $10,000 per year at 20 cents per mile. It really is the least you can do. We're Elk Grove Honda in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or on the web at elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Co-hosts of the wildly popular Bad Friends podcast, Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Wow, I can't even believe that this is real right now.
Yeah, dude.
I feel like this is a scam. It's going to explode on you.
No. Live Saturday, March 14th, the venue at Thunder Valley.
Do you know what the 3 colors on the Irish flag stand for?
What?
The hair, the skin, the soul.
Oh, is that what liquor does to your soul?
Yeah, turns you green.
Buy tickets now. Visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Andrew Santino and Bobby Lee.
Oh, this is like...
That's top notch.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sactown Sports 1140.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The other guys must think you failed math. Get this huge discount. Then the fine print hits you with $5,200 in mandatory ads. It's adorable in a scammy kind of way. At Hoblet, we skip the tricks. The price you see is the price you actually pay. What a wild concept, huh? Hoblet. Family owned 77 years. Experience the difference online at hobletdodge.com.
You remember me from a show called And Joe? I'm back on the radio, Sacramento. It's Joe Mami, and when you need your new country fix, join me weekdays from 6A to 10 for the Pat and Cody with Joe show on New Country 105.1 KNCI or on the free KNCI app.
Jackson Hewitt knows taxes are complicated, and with multiple jobs and tax forms, they're like Sonata complicated. Our no surprise pricing keeps things simple. Jackson Hewitt does your taxes for only $149 or less. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back. So what are you waiting for? Hurry. File with Jackson Hewitt today for only $149 or less, guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Get 5 quarts of Valvoline Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $36.99. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert, John Party, Chris Chris Young, Turnpike Troubadours, Dylan Scott, and more. Line dancing, mechanical bulls, and food trucks. Make it a lucky night out of live country music and dancing for your crew. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park, May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Bar None Auction, Sky River Casino, and Trex Decking and Railing. More info at CITPFest.com.
Get ready, Sacramento. The Sacramento Boat Show and Big RV Show is taking over Cal Expo, March 5th through March 8th. It's 2 huge shows, one massive event. Don't miss it. Get details now at 2hugeshows.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's TREX.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
It's Matt George and Kayla Anderson on Sactown Sports 1140.
Hey, do you have some free time between, let's say, Thursday, March 5th and Sunday, March 8th? Maybe you're looking for something to do? I don't know.
I'm sure. Plenty of people out there.
Hey, Kayla and I want to send you to the Sacramento Boat Show and Big RV Show.
All right.
Again, it's happening Thursday, March 5th through Sunday, March 8th at Cal Expo. We're looking for lucky caller number 1. The first caller at 916-339-1140 will win a pair of tickets to the Sacramento Boat Show and Big RV Show. That's caller number 1 at 916-339-1140. I'm not looking forward to watching Sacramento Kings basketball tonight.
That's an understatement.
And it's not just because of where the Kings are at, the sadness of Keegan Murray's injury, how horrible this season has gone. Who am I watching at this point? I don't even know, because this is the injury report for both teams tonight. For the Sacramento Kings, Keegan Murray, out, left ankle injury. Russell Westbrook, out, thigh contusion. Domantas Sabonis, out, knee surgery. Zach LaVine, out, fifth finger surgery. Never not funny.
No.
DeAndre Hunter, out, eye surgery. Dylan Cardwell, out, ankle.
Jeez.
And Malik Monk, questionable, ankle soreness. I don't know if Malik's going to have to play by necessity. Hey, tape that sucker up, because we need bodies. We'll see.
Clearly.
As for also Isaiah Stevens, I'm pretty sure is out tonight for two-way purposes. But that's not on here, but I thought I saw that earlier. Could be wrong. Oh, but it's not better for the Mavericks. Nope. No. Cooper Flagg, out, foot sprain. Daniel Gafford, doubtful, ankle load management. Chris Middleton, probable. Hey, Chris Middleton probably will play. Shoulder, woohoo. Derek Lively, out, broken foot. PJ Washington, out with his ankle. And Kyrie Irving, who's out for the rest of the season. He's been out all year with his torn ACL.
Yikes.
Do you want to play tonight?
Well, I think I'll just be watching for Megan Thee Stallion on the sideline.
Yeah. Klay Thompson's playing.
Klay Thompson is playing.
Hey, give me Klay Thompson versus DeMar DeRozan.
Let's go Klay.
That's what
and
we
DeMar.
want. Klay versus
That's what
DeMar.
we're getting.
Whoever scores the most points between those two wins the game. The final score doesn't matter.
There we go.
Klay versus DeMar.
We solved your problems.
That's it. People want one-on-one.
That's our breakdown tomorrow.
That's it. How did Klay do versus DeMar?
Exactly.
So there will be who wins the game, but there will be who wins the battle between Klay and DeMar. And that's what we're going to talk about on tomorrow's show.
So get ready, guys, on a Friday show.
Thank you, Kayla Anderson. You gave me something to watch.
You're welcome.
In addition to, of course, Nick Clifford will play. He's likely going to start tonight. We'll see who starts at point guard tonight for the Kings. I feel like it's going to be Devin Carter. I
kind of want to make bets.
I think it's even though Devin Carter hasn't played the last couple of games, I would like to believe that Devin Carter would be starting over Killian Hayes simply because Killian Hayes has been a part of the team for, 3 days.
But Devin's just gotten the back seat. Pretty much.
But Devin's started. You're right.
You know what I'm saying?
It should be Devin Carter, but I don't know. Who's going to start at point guard tonight? We have no idea. We'll find out. Doug Christie will surprise us with somebody, I guess. I don't know.
Make your bets in the chat.
As for the Dallas Mavericks, well, I mean, they should win. They are favored. We'll have to look at. Actually, let me look at the updated spread right now because I don't want to make it a game because
it was 6.5.
Yes, we heard that this morning,
Mm-hmm.
but that was before we learned that like Russell Westbrook wasn't going to be playing.
Correct.
So I imagine it's adjusted. It's been adjusted. It has changed. Do you think it's gotten better or worse for the? I should say the Dallas Mavericks are still favored,
right?
By more or less?
At least a half a point more.
Half a point more.
Yeah.
So instead of 6.5, you say at least 7.
Yeah.
It's the Dallas Mavericks are favored by 7.5.
See, I knew I was at least a half a point, if not a point.
Yeah, they said,
yeah.
Russell Westbrook's not playing for the Kings. Well, I don't know who's scoring. Go DeMar.
Right.
Go DeMar. I would take if I was participating, which I am not, I would smash the under in terms of points scored tonight. Smash it. But then again, who knows? Maybe both teams will get hot for no reason. Second night of a back-to-back. I mean, it's easy just to say, well, we're watching this game for Max. What does Maxime Reynaud look like? Like, again, Daniel Gafford's not playing in this game. Derek Lively is
bummed
out.
Cooper. I love watching Cooper Flag play when we.
I am so confused by the disrespect towards Cooper Flag.
We talked about this briefly one week.
I do not get it.
I don't either. He's getting no love though.
And I think it has everything to do with Nico and the Luka trade. And it's like Cooper has nothing to do with that. And I'm not saying his own fan base is hating on him, but just
he's just not getting respect.
Cooper Flag was talked about as like he's absolutely the number one overall pick.
Yeah.
Tank for Flag. And that's all we heard. And since he's been drafted, now it's just like, well, okay, you got Cooper Flag.
You know what? I wonder though, because the Dallas Mavericks are just so underwhelming this year.
Yeah.
That's part of it. Like he's not on a team right now that's getting attention.
Hey, I'll raise my hand right now and say, can the Sacramento Kings be what Dallas is this year, next year with their top star, with the number one overall pick? I'll take that.
Yeah, and we're used to not getting attention, so that's fine.
Sure, right. But like that, what the Dallas Mavericks are this year, and the Mavericks, of course, are going to hope to grow on it next year. We'll see what happens when Kyrie comes back and they get healthy in year 2 of Cooper Flag, and they're going to add another lottery pick on top of that this year. Although I saw some Mavericks fan account tweeting out, like, how would A.J. DeBonsa look next to Cooper Flag? And I tweeted,
we don't.
I said back of the line,
We
pal.
don't want to see this. And that's where I do hate, like, because I feel like they get lucky.
Yes, if Dallas moves into the top 3,
I'll be so mad.
I'm going to scream conspiracy
So
theories on
mad.
this radio station.
Yeah.
But Cooper is a good player, a really good player. No matter how you feel about Luka Doncic, Cooper Flag is the future face of the Dallas Mavericks, and you can feel pretty good about that.
Yeah.
If you were to tell me, hey, Matt, on February 26th of 2027, the Sacramento Kings were what the Dallas Mavericks are right now at 21-36.
Okay.
With A.J. DeBonsa or Darren Peterson. Sure. Sign me up.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Sign me
because
up.
it shows some sort of progress, and then you do have your star that's there that's, by the way, played really well for the team. I mean, he leads the team in points per game, 20.4. Steals 1.2. Like, he's been a contributing factor. It's just they're not a great team.
Yeah, he's a good player. He's a really good player. So I would love to be where the Dallas Mavericks are at in terms of having Cooper Flag, of course. You know what? Before we get our good friends, the Drive guys, in here, because we haven't done one in a little bit. We did one yesterday, but it was more for the purposes of talking about a potential Keegan Murray trade. Why don't we do a little draft lottery sim, huh?
Yeah!
Let's do a draft lottery sim. Let's see. Let's improve.
Let's go.
This couldn't possibly let us down, right? Here we go.
Now I want the Mavericks to be 1.
Oh, no. This is not a good reaction from Matt. Let me tell you to the listening audio.
Well, the good news is the Kings aren't 5.
Okay.
4.
The Pacers are 5. This is a nightmare for the Pacers. The Pacers are 5, so their pick now goes to the Clippers.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Kings are 4.
Okay. That's not the worst thing that could happen.
I would not be very happy.
No.
And I like Caleb Wilson. I would not be very happy because I need one of those top 3.
But you never know. Maybe.
You never know.
Even Boozer goes to 4. You never know.
But I will be sad. Washington, number 3. All right. Chicago up 7 spots to number 2.
Icky.
They don't deserve it.
Icky.
What do you mean? They gave the Kings all their bad players.
Exactly. They don't deserve
it.
The Utah Jazz win the lottery.
If that's it, we're shutting down the Jazz.
What do you mean? The Jazz have been...
Somebody wanted to shut down the Kings yesterday, Glenn. We're shutting down the Jazz.
And they're
cheaters.
They're taking A.J. DeBonsa.
Cheaters.
We know they're taking AJ DeBonson.
The owner was paying for his high school like years ago.
Tankers.
So now you've got AJ, Jaren Jackson Jr.
Get out of here.
George,
I ain't having it.
Lowry Markkanen. That team would be fun.
And Utah's getting all the pro teams now. I'm done with them. Done with the state.
Wow. Kayla is over the state of Utah.
Wow, Kayla doesn't like our employers from the state of Utah.
Well, I did not say I didn't like our employers. That is
Damage
not what I said.
Damage control?
No, that is not what I said. I
You
said
say you're
I
over
am,
Utah
no,
as a whole. Wow.
I said they are getting all the pro teams, and
Yeah.
I don't like it. And also, they are competing for an MLB team as well, and they're right up there in the mix. You shouldn't like it either.
You know what I need? I need Alan Stiles to come in this room and say, I like Utah, just to see.
Oh,
just
God.
to see those two.
So if I go back, I'm not going to be able to pull audio of you saying I'm done with Utah.
No, because it would be out of context. I was relating it to sports teams and them capturing all of the sport teams.
Do not set up my co-host.
Don't you dare.
Don't do it.
Oh, so you're going to see a very wicked side of me. I ain't having it.
Lowry Markkanen. That team would be fun.
And Utah's getting all the pro teams now. I'm done with them. Done with the state.
Yeah, okay, there's your context.
That's fake.
Okay, well, the context.
I don't remember that.
At least the context was there, and he didn't just say, I'm done with Utah.
Yeah.
Or the state.
All right.
Anyway.
Coming up next. Well, wait, it's too early. We still got time. We still got time. The drive guys. Hey, wait your turn, huh? Kayla is over the state of Utah.
No. That's out of context.
Don't frame me in this. Fun.
And Utah's getting all the pro teams now. I'm done with them. Done with the state. I hate hearing myself back.
Kayla hates Utah. Fun.
And Utah's getting all the pro teams now. I'm done with them. Done with the state.
Can we do one more just to make ourselves feel better?
Why?
Let's do one more.
Fun. And Utah's getting all the pro teams now. I'm done with them.
I meant one more tankathon sim.
I thought you meant one more.
No, one more tankathon sim to make me
I was
feel
like,
better.
oh, you're really enjoying this
feeling
Utah
lucky.
hatred, Matt.
I'm feeling lucky. We're feeling lucky.
Uh-oh.
Nope, we're not.
Well, the Kings aren't 5.
They're 6.
No, they're 4.
Oh, okay.
Like, the 6 would be funny.
Once again, the Pacers are 5, so their pick goes to the Clippers.
Yeah.
Kings at 4. Memphis up 4 spots to 3.
Jeez.
Utah up 4 spots to 2. And ladies and gentlemen, the team with the number 1 overall pick is
The Dallas.
No. Via the LA Clippers, the Oklahoma City Thunder getting the number 1 pick in the draft.
Now I'm done with the state of Oklahoma. I'm done with the state of Oklahoma now.
I think Tankathon is truly preparing us for
this is
the
not
worst.
good. What did you guys simulate in the past? Like, would you do these simulators in the past?
Not to this extent.
Okay.
Well, because the Keegan Murray draft, that was the last time the Kings had a really top pick.
Yeah.
And they got lucky. Like, they jumped up. They were supposed to, I think they had the 8th or 9th best odds in that draft. And they jumped up. So we had that.
Okay.
We were hoping to get lucky, and we did. That's great. But we're expecting it not to be good. We're expecting this one to be good.
We know where that's going.
And for Kings fans, expectations typically don't go too well.
Well, that was fun.
Yeah.
Uplifting.
Yeah, love Tankathon. Made me feel better. Great. Keegan Murray's hurt. Tankathon hates us.
And I don't like the state.
And now I have to hear about Alan Stiles talking about the debut last night of PBJ.
I will say, PBJ, that got big. 7 foot. Hey, listen. Enough of that.
I didn't say anything.
Quit being a boy.
I didn't say anything.
Quit being a boy.
Did I say anything?
Well, Kayla said something.
He looks different on the court.
Kayla Anderson hates Utah. We'll be right back with the Drive Guys. Whitey Gleason, Alan Stiles coming up next. Be fun.
And Utah's getting all the pro teams now. I'm done with them. Done with the state.
Business moves fast, and so do we. At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision-making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
Paramount Pictures and Spyglass Media Group present Scream 7, when a new Ghostface killer emerges in the quiet town where Sidney Prescott has built a new life. Her darkest fears are realized as her daughter becomes the next target. Determined to protect her family, Sidney must face the horrors of her past to put an end to the bloodshed, once and for all. Starring Neve Campbell, Isabel May, Jasmine Savoy Brown, Mason Gooding, with Matthew Lillard, Joel McHale, and Courtney Cox. In theaters February 27th.
Tune in every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the Toyota Tahoe Report with Johnny Mosley and me, Elena, bringing you the latest weather conditions up at Tahoe. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, Toyota. Let's go places.
Planet Fitness has everything you need, anytime the motivation hits. So you can give everything you've got. With most clubs open 24 hours, you've got access to our best-in-class equipment to tackle early morning reps, late-night miles, and every workout in between. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for just $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends February 27th. You ready? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jeff's day is off to a slow start. So he heads to AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination, where Sammy, a local AutoZoner, tests his battery for free. Looks like he just needs a charge. And Sammy does that for free too. In no time at all, Jeff is back on the road, ready to finish the day strong. Free battery testing and charging at every store. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Maida Subaru says yes to big savings on the new Subaru you want during the Subaru A Lot to Love event on now. Visit MaidaSubaru.com today for Think President's Day savings
on over 220 new and certified pre-owned Subarus.
Matt and Kayla on Sactown Sports 1140.
I'm transparent.
I'm keeping the mics off until they're done.
No, you can turn them on.
Shockingly, they're fighting about Utah.
No, because Alan comes in here
Utah.
like, oh, that's our company. I know our company's. I wasn't taking a diss at that. I'm talking about sports teams in Utah. Mm-hmm. I don't want all the sports teams to go there.
They're not all going there.
Pro teams. Do you know what pro teams are in Utah?
Is there an exodus? Are all the teams going to Utah?
Well, they just got a hockey team.
Yes, they
took
did.
Arizona's hockey team.
Was it the Mammoths or the
Mammoth? Mammoth.
That was an area that needed some pro teams.
Okay. Anyways,
they're trying to steal our
expansion
team.
MLB.
Sure, I think they should.
Don't you want the Kings to have
they're
MLB?
round in
or,
third.
Sorry, Sacramento to have MLB?
I just don't think they're going to get it.
That's not the question.
I
don't
think
you want there to be another pro team here?
That's a tough question. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't want to cover another pro team?
I don't know if
no pro team.
a Major League Baseball team in Sacramento. I just don't think it's going to happen. So it's hard for me to.
Well, but that's not the question. The question is more so, would you want one? I'm sorry, that's not the question.
Sure, I'd want one, and I want a Bugatti and a mansion.
Right, that's fine.
But doesn't bother me that Utah is getting stuff.
Well, it bothers me.
You know what? To flip
it's like Las Vegas.
If I'm Utah, I'd be more bothered if Sacramento, who's around 2 hours away from another baseball team, got another team. That would bother me more than Utah, who does not have anything in drivable distance, getting a team.
But you're not from Utah.
No, I'm not, but I can identify.
He says he's never been there.
There's no.
And Utah's getting
why?
all the pro teams now. I'm
yeah,
done
they're getting
with
everything.
Done with the state.
What else are they getting?
They are.
They got it all, Whitey.
I
They don't have the
said share
NFL, but
love.
supposedly that's down the
they'll
road.
get that too.
They've even talked about that.
They'll
We'll get
get
baseball first, and
yeah.
then as far as baseball, they're rounding third and heading home.
They
They're
really
in
are.
Really
they got
good shape.
salt. A lot of salt.
No, they don't.
When we moved from Virginia, we drove cross country and we stopped in the salt flats.
Okay.
And I tasted some Utah salt.
You said you've never been to Salt Lake.
I guess I forgot. But, you're driving through. That doesn't count. That's like an airport. We were driving. We got out the car.
So you're driving through. It's an airport, but they deserve all the pro teams. Makes a lot of sense.
I think people like to hang out in Utah.
You ain't going to win this argument.
What is the argument?
Yeah, I don't know what your argument is.
I'm having a great time.
What is the argument? The argument is, you want them all to go to Vegas?
No, I don't want them to go to either place.
Oh,
and Vegas makes me
where
mad
can they
too.
go?
Kayla just wants everyone in Sacramento.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the more pro
I'm
teams
sure.
here, the better the growth of the city is, the more we have to cover.
Do you know that
And
they
everyone's
have
happy.
a tentative date and time for the press conference at which we're going to find out about Sacramento's baseball expansion plans?
I
But
heard
it
you guys
hasn't been
talking
announced
about
yet.
that.
You going to be there, Kayla?
Oh, heck yeah.
Okay, front row.
I was trying to do the stuff when I was over in Nashville.
Okay. Nashville, they're going to get a team, right?
Yeah, that's actually more complicated than you think.
I mean, you can't win, can you?
What do you mean?
I mean, your teams that you want, your cities that you need.
You don't think it's going to be Nashville and Salt Lake City?
I think Nashville has been doing it the longest in terms of trying to get a team there. The huge problem there is they just built this Titan Stadium. Brand new stadiums
Beautiful.
opening next year. Yeah.
Incredible stadium.
People don't want to pay anything like in terms of building another stadium for an MLB potential, and they can't find the place. They can't find the area of where they're putting it. This has been an ongoing thing. So on the surface, it looks great. And they have like a little money behind it, but they don't have enough to just build their own stadium. And they don't have enough land right now.
I want a team in Tahoe. I think it'd be beautiful.
Sure.
Beautiful backdrop.
Right.
They
you go hang
have.
out in the lake.
They have a minor league hockey team there.
Yeah. They need more.
Remember when they tried to play the Winter Classic on Lake Tahoe? On Lake Tahoe?
Oh, yeah.
And it melted.
It was too warm.
Yeah.
It melted.
That was kind of fun, though.
Bring it back.
That was kind of cool.
They
Bring
should try it
back.
again.
Well, shout out Utah. I love Utah.
You've
personally.
never been.
I drove
He's a
through
company
it.
man,
He's
Kayla.
tasted the salt.
I tasted. If you taste the salt from the,
You're
from
like
the
an honorary
ground,
Utahn.
That's right.
Yeah.
Utanian.
You do one day in the winter.
I don't think it's
Utanian.
One day in the winter there, and you're like, get me out of here.
I went to school in Philly. It's nothing.
My mic turned off.
I know.
Or I
he
turned
was
my
like,
mic off because
he's
I didn't
like,
think.
I'm not even going to discuss any of this.
There's a very particular building in Utah that Alan is a big fan of, a certain headquarters.
Love it. And this time of year, whoo,
Yeah?
might be the most beautiful area
Is it?
in the country.
It actually is beautiful. Like the Salt
Not
Lake
beautiful
City in
enough for
particular
teams,
is
though.
pretty.
Yeah.
No, I am a competitor.
You already have the looks. You don't get the baseball.
I forgot Alan is a poor sport. He sits on the bench when things don't go his way. I'm actually a competitor.
What are you
And I'm
competing?
gonna because I don't want him to continue to get all these pro teams. I want a little.
So
of the
how are
love
you
down
gonna
here.
how are you gonna compete?
What do you mean? I'm gonna voice my opinion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna
And
win
your
the
opinion
argument.
is Sacramento should get it.
They should just get some pro teams and quit giving them to all the Utah, Salt Lake City.
You
By the
win.
way, Utahns are how you
Yeah.
call people from
Yeah,
Utah.
I'm going with Utanians.
It's
I love
Utanian.
that.
I like
I'm
Utanians
do
more.
with the state,
Like
except for
Krypton.
the fact that share the love a little. Share
Mm-hmm.
the love a little. There's other cities that are big that don't get enough credit.
Like
i.e.
Sacramento.
Sacramento.
And
Sacramento.
Hey, they're in the mix. They're in the mix.
Matt George, if you're the commissioner of baseball, you got to send teams to 2 cities. Who's
Yeah,
in the
Matt.
mix for it? You looking at
Who's in
Portland?
the mix, Matt?
I'm giving you a little backdoor there. What cities are you looking
Kayla
at?
would send 2 to Sacramento.
I don't want anything.
I want
to
an
do with
NHL
this.
team too.
What about Portland? Portland okay?
No. No. Portland is not okay.
What about Orlando, FLA?
I love
For
it.
baseball?
Fly.
Disney World.
They're probably going to get the Rays, if anything, but
Yeah.
they will tell you they're also in the mix.
Yeah,
It's
everybody's in the mix.
Montreal in the mix.
What would the Sacramento
Montreal,
MLB
yeah.
expansion team be called? That's what I want to know.
paddle wheelers, of course?
The Forks. Farm to
Sacramento-
Fork,
Sacramento
capital of the
Farm to
world.
Forks.
Oh,
The Sacramento
okay.
Forks.
Sacramento trees.
I was gonna say that, but
Stink trees.
hey, you know what? If they did Sacramento
Poop trees.
Sacramento trees, all I'll say is that merch would do very well.
Would it?
I think so.
Oh, are you
with
the bootleg merch?
A very specific demo? Would love. Yo, let's buy that hoodie with trees on it.
The off-brand merch would sell great.
What is Utah's team?
The Salt Shakers.
Oh my God.
When he's on a roll like this, I've learned.
My
Just get
goodness.
out.
No, I'm kind of there.
My goodness.
I'm kind of
And
there.
then every time they play, shake it like a salt shaker. Every time.
Shake it like a salt shaker.
I mean, that would hit.
I do like the mammoth though. That's really
Yeah,
cool.
it should be the T-Rex.
The Utah.
Oh, we did talk
Maybe
about short
singular.
arms today.
Yeah.
The
on our show.
Utanian T-Rex.
Yeah.
It's almost extinct.
Discovered a lot of dinosaurs. Almost
T-Rex
extinct?
has been extinct.
No, the Utanian.
Almost
T-Rex.
extinct?
Yeah,
The T-Rex?
That's different. There are a couple
They're
floating
hanging
around.
on.
No, there are a couple.
Oh
You make a wrong turn in them salt flats. You might see some things.
Goodness gracious.
Come
That's
on,
breaking
Kayla.
news.
Yeah. Come on, Kayla.
This is classic Allen style.
Utah.
But how are you benefiting from Utah getting protein?
It just doesn't bother me.
But
Fine. How about this? Sacramento.
Sacramento.
Trees.
Let me get them trees.
Sing it like a salt shaker.
See, now Matt's in, so you lost Matt.
I know. Well, guess what? He
I
has
have
to
this-
work with me moving
I
forward.
have this mascot in my mind. It's just on top of the dugout.
Viral.
A gigantic salt
Viral.
shaker.
A lot of money. That's just when
Well,
you got
maybe
kind
you
of
should
marketing
go-
chops,
hey, Maybe
Yeah.
you should go promote Salt Lake City.
Maybe,
You should be
people
their
can be
promoter.
multifaceted.
They've got
Right.
everything they need. It's almost turnkey.
Thank you.
They've got a site. They've got an owner. They've got funding. They've got
So
everything.
where do they get all the money to build this brand new stadium?
From the Utah Jazz guy.
Yeah, from the family.
The guy who owns the Jazz.
Yeah, that family.
Well, then if they've no, I'm just saying if they got that right
Oh,
away,
I get
then
what
they're-
Alan's doing.
I know what he's doing.
What am I? I don't know what I'm
Alan,
doing.
at least I'm transparent. I know exactly what he's doing. You think I'm dumb?
I don't know what I'm doing.
So anyway, what I'm saying, if they already know they have the money to build there, yeah, then there's no doubt that that's where it's going. Nashville doesn't have a shot because they don't have the money yet. Sacramento.
Supposed to be there's two.
I don't even really
supposedly.
know where
The
Sacramento is.
Nashville Hot Chickens.
Shake it like a salt shaker. Have you been to Nashville either? No.
No.
The Nashville Salt
We need
Shakers.
to
Be
go
careful
on
because
a-
she's from there.
Yeah, I love
We-
Tennessee.
I am not from Nashville.
I love Hot Boys.
I'm from Spokompton.
Great chicken.
All right.
Excuse me?
I'm from Spokompton.
Okay.
That's what they call it.
But you don't like Portland.
No.
All right.
So what is she, a Spokaneite?
Yes.
Spokanian.
She's spoken for.
Yeah.
Spokenite.
Spokanian.
Spokenite.
Kings, baby.
Well, I'm so sad to see this come to an end, but all good things must.
No.
Tomorrow.
That's why you don't have us on a show together.
Tomorrow.
No.
Oh, I
Get
need
nowhere.
it. No, I need it.
Come on.
Tomorrow at 1:45, the continuation
no.
of Utah versus Sacramento.
That's right.
Salt shakers versus trees.
We buried the whole news about the T-Rexes are not
Yeah.
buried the lead there.
Forgot about that.
Honestly.
We'll get into it.
Sometime soon.
Well, if you need something to help kill the time before tonight's riveting Kings and Mavericks game, don't worry. The Drive Guides have got you covered. Matt and Kayla, we're out of here. See you at 10 o'clock tomorrow on Sactown Sports. See ya.
Peace. Go Sacramento.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that,